The threat vector.
Despite being at least 40,000 years old, the massive armored doors to the underground shelter looked very impressive. They were not brand new, of course, but clearly capable of withstanding quite a few more millennia. The Tofane were good at building, Michel said, looking at the lines of angular symbols on one of the doors. Even the manual is still readable. Too bad their language has never been deciphered. Are you sure it's a manual? Chingri asked. His lean, bipedal, mantis-like figure leaned toward the inscription. Maybe it's a warning to anyone wanting to get inside. Like a "don't get in, you'll get killed" sign. Michel chuckled. It's a bit long for that, don't you think? And there's no skull and bones around. Chingri flicked the chitinous spikes on his shoulders. It was the Lutrinian equivalent of a shrug. The Tofane hardly ever used pictograms. You know that as well as I do. So what? Michel asked. Chingri's stubbornness and meticulousness would have driven anyone else crazy, but he was used to it. They'd been working together for years. How many Tofane bunkers and fortresses we've scoured and never had any trouble. But this is the first tightly sealed bunker we've ever come across, or anyone else for that matter. Chingri attached a small device to the lightly scratched surface of the door. Let's see what's inside. Michel remained silent. In truth, he realized that Chingri was right. Little was known about the Tofane other than that it had once been a thriving civilization that had left numerous ruins throughout the galaxy. The most alarming thing was that they were mostly ruins of underground fortified bunkers and cities that had been sealed off from the outside world. Most of them bore the marks of brutal battles. It was believed that the Tofane civilization had burned in some terrible war. But no one had ever found the remains of the Tofane themselves. The most important was that, in some of these ruins, crystals of quantumite, a substance capable of storing incredible amounts of energy, were very rarely found. Batteries based on quantumite crystals were hundreds of thousands of times more powerful than any other, and were the basis for the most efficient modern technologies. The ship on which Michel and Chingri had come to this world, the distant planet didn't even have its own name beyond a set of numbers and letters in the Universal Directory, also had quantumite batteries. But quantumite was expensive, very expensive. Its production involved huge specialized automated stations in low orbit around black holes and interaction with certain universe parameters, understood only by a few scientists. So when it became clear that the Tofane had left a legacy of scattered quantumite crystals, everyone from large corporations and planetary governments to individual adventurers such as Michel and Chingri was on the hunt for them. However, luck was, at best, 1 in 1,000. Magnates and politicians quickly realized that it was cheaper and, more importantly, more reliable to produce quantumite, and most adventurers quickly went bankrupt or disappeared into the vastness of the galaxy. Michel and Chingri were almost extinct species, relics of a bygone age of adventure. But if they couldn't find a single crystal soon, they might well go from relics to a lower category. Traveling around the galaxy wasn't cheap, and they were running out of money. The cushion from selling the last crystal they'd found over a year ago was almost spent. What is it? Michel asked impatiently. Chingri stared intently at the device's screen, occasionally pressing various keys to adjust the portable scanner's mode. Finally, he straightened up, flexed, and unbent his 4-jointed arms several times. It was like the movement of some kind of mechanism and meant that Chingri was thinking intently. His faceted eyes glittered all the rainbow colors in the light of the dim local sun. The doors are locked from the inside mechanically. They are just big bolts with slots and gears that have to be turned by hand. There are no motors. I think we can open them with power grips. Wouldn't it be easier to blow them up? Michel asked, not wanting to waste another day installing a complicated power effector generator. Chingri looked at him, flicking the spikes again. Chingri looked at him, flicking the spikes again. The flaps are very, very thick. They're made of Tofane armor. To blow them up, we need to nuke them. Do you really want to work in a tank suit? That's if we don't turn the whole bunker into a piece of molten rock. Meshel looked at the massive ancient doors with hatred. All right, he said. Let's return to the ship and unload the stuff we need. Finally, Meshel said, watching as Chingri adjusted the force grips, checking the readings from the several scanners mounted on the doors. Hopefully, the fact that the bunker has been sealed all this time increases our chances. Just as long as they're not chances of running into some shit, Chingri said. The dungeon hasn't been looted, and that's certainly a good thing. But it also means that all the possible traps inside have not yet been triggered and are just waiting to be set. Meshel looked at his partner in surprise. What's the matter with you? Are you getting old? You make us sound like robbers of a pharaoh's tomb, Chin. This is just the ruins of a war that ended 40,000 years ago. There's never been a single instance of anyone stumbling across anything still functional enough to be dangerous. Chingri finished setting up and nodded to Meshel. The two of them disconnected all the scanners so they wouldn't accidentally damage them when the flaps opened. Who knows, said the Lutrinian, carefully tucking the last scanner into its case. Maybe it's survivorship bias. Meshel shook his head. Of course, it could be, but it still sounds overcomplicated. If we accept it, it turns out that not a single soul who encountered these hypothetical Tofane traps survived to tell about it. It's like 100% lethal effectiveness. There's no way something so ancient could remain so deadly. Besides, don't forget, it wasn't just privateers like us who used to do this. The feds and corporations may have had their own reasons for keeping quiet, Chingri said. I hope you're right. Shall we begin? Meshel spat on the dusty, rocky surface beneath his feet. Let's do it. What else is there to wait for? Despite Chingri's doubts and Meshel's fears, the operation to open the bunker went surprisingly smoothly. Even though very massive and probably corroded, the ancient mechanics could not resist the powerful force fields concentrated into invisible grapple effectors. Obeying the equipment, which drew power from, ironically enough, a powerful quantumite battery, the heavy flaps shook. A dark gap formed between them, and then the armored doors crept apart with a rattle and clang. Fountains of sand and dust erupted from the slots long ago, clogged with sedimentary rock, and Meshel and Chingri had to take cover behind the generator shield. But then, it was quiet, and the two searchers peered into the dusty, dark doorway. I can't see a damn thing, Meshel said after a moment. I'll take a closer look. Before Chingri could stop him, he jumped from the platform, grabbed a powerful handheld torch, stepped up to the bunker entrance, and pressed the switch. A cone of bright light burst into the dark cavity, picking out all the details from the inky darkness. I'll be damned, Meshel said after a good minute. What the hell? Chingri stepped down from the platform and stood beside him. The two of them stared, stunned at what was revealed before their eyes. As was always the case with such structures, there was a relatively large room just beyond the gate, a vestibule at the entrance. At its far end, about 20 meters away, there was a dark passage to the next bunker rooms. However, it was almost invisible. The entire space between the gate and the exit from the vestibule was littered with bones and mummified bodies, in some places forming piles almost as tall as a man or even a Lutrinian. You know, they weren't too different from us, Meshel said, looking at one of the bodies. Chingri looked back. You mean from humans, he said. Well, apart from the extra pair of arms, the beak, and a few other minor things, yes. The Tofanes do look something like humans, or rather, you look like them, Don't be so boring. Meshel took hold of the remnants of the clothes covering his body, but the fabric crumbled into ashes. You do realize that until now, no one knew exactly what the Tofane looked like, don't you? They haven't left us a single image. We're the first ones to see them. The disadvantages of technological advancement, Chingri said. Had they been primitive savages, they would surely have left some cave paintings or even bas-reliefs or crude statues. When our civilizations die, our media will die with us, and those who study our planets 20,000 years from now will wonder what we were like, unless they get to Earth or Lutren. Besides, we don't know for sure that these are Tofane bodies. My God, who else would it be? In a locked Tofane dungeon? Let's not get distracted by all this nonsense. We must focus on why we're here. We need the crystals. Leave the research to the scientists. Demonstrating his determination, Meshel began to actively make his way through the remains to the passage deep into the vault, darkened in the far wall. The scientists won't be happy that we're digging around and ruining their archaeological picture, Chingri remarked, but he followed his partner. They'll get over it, Meshel said. The law is on our side. The Chaffee Act hasn't been repealed, and we're not even on a federal planet, but in the God-forsaken hole in the back of the galaxy. It's not like we're going to turn this place upside down. Let's find the Quantumite and get the hell out of here. We'll notify the nearest university at the first opportunity. Chingri stopped suddenly and leaned over, looking at something under his feet. There was a battle here, he said, and pointed down. Meshel went over to look at it. Indeed, in the hands of another mummy, in the upper arms, Meshel noted to himself, was a half-dispersed something in which the keen eye could easily catch the outline of a weapon that looked vaguely like a kinetic rifle or a plasma gun. I've seen a few more of these, Chingri said, not far from the entrance. Meshel looked around, but couldn't see anything in the gruesome piles of bodies. You mean from the gate we unlocked? He asked. No. Chingri pointed with his multi-jointed hand toward the dungeon passage. Not far from there. Meshel sighed and shook his head. It looked like someone didn't want all those poor people to get in. I just don't understand why they had to let them in and cause a massacre inside. Well, let the archaeologists deal with it. Come on, let's go. They had explored so many different Tofane ruins that they had no trouble finding their way around this underground shelter. They had no doubt it was a shelter. Living quarters, warehouses, mess halls, and classrooms were easily recognizable. The dry and almost sterile atmosphere allowed some furniture and equipment to survive even after such a long time. Meshel and Chingri cautiously peered into every room they came across, but with little expectation. The Quantumite crystals were always in the central power hub of the shelter, its heart, without which it could not exist. And everywhere, they found the remains of Tofane. There were especially many of them in the passageway rooms through which they could access other parts of the shelter. In these rooms and halls, there were the remains of barricades, obviously made of whatever was available, and at all such barricades lay soldiers, as Meshel had dubbed them, that is Tofane with weapons. The guys fought to the end, Meshel remarked as they passed through another room turned into boneyard. I don't know what caused all this, but a fight like that... He shook his head. It's like the ones with the guns were outnumbered, and they were just trampled, piled up with bodies. It's horrible. You know, it sounds to me like it's a good thing it all happened so long ago. It seems those Tofane weren't very nice guys. Chingri walked on, glancing at the tablet that automatically recorded their route and the layout of the rooms and corridors they had traveled. His fasted eyes flashed iridescently when the beam of Mescal's torch hit them. Don't you think there's too many of them? He asked as they approached the center of the shelter. I mean, Considering the size of the structure, it's literally crammed full of them. Maybe that's why the conflict started. They realized there weren't enough resources. He didn't finish and flicked his shoulder spikes. Suppose so, Meshel replied. I had the same thought. But the Tofane have successfully eliminated themselves not only here, but all over the galaxy, killing off all other intelligent races that had the misfortune to travel interstellar paths in the same historical period with them. Humans and Lutrenians were lucky because we were still wandering the savannah in primitive tribes and couldn't even speak. We roamed in primitive swarms, but in general, you're right, Chingri said. Something happened to them, something very bad and scary. Hopefully, 40,000 years is enough time to bury that something forever. Maybe linguists and archaeologists will eventually be able to decipher the Tofane language and figure out what it was. I wouldn't want to repeat. There. I think this is the passageway to the central power node. Like most Tofane capital buildings, the central energy hub was a spacious circular room with a power plant in the middle. Tofane did not use any advanced technologies for energy production. Judging by the debris, they were, just like modern civilizations, using cold fusion reactors. The only difference was the large quantumite batteries that all Tofane power plants were equipped with. Nobody now could afford such a luxury. Over the past tens of thousands of years, almost everything had been looted, but it was clear from the empty crystal sockets what huge reserves of this substance the Tofane had. Scientists were still debating how the Tofane managed to produce such vast quantities of quantumite. It could not be put down to a long accumulation period, as the Tofane civilization before its sudden catastrophic collapse had lasted only a short time, at most a few hundred years of the space age. But for Meshel and Chingre, this mystery was about to turn into riches. After all, this shelter had stood untouched for the entire time since the death of its occupants. So all the crystals must be in place. It looks like the last battle occurred here, Chingre said. Look, the barricades run in a ring around the entire circumference of the hall. Strange. If it were a matter of survival with limited resources, I'd expect a desperate scramble for the food storages and living quarters of the shelter's privileged inhabitants. To hell with them, Meshel said, jumping over one of the barricades, a concrete slab with rusty iron stumps at the ends. Stepping on one of the mummies, which crumbled beneath his feet, he staggered and nearly fell. Damn, even here, there are dead everywhere. I'd hate to be here at the hottest moment. The beam of his lantern fell on the massive structure in the hall's center. Holy shit, he said slowly, changing the focus of the torch so that the beam of light now illuminated what he had hitherto thought was a reactor from its base almost to its junction with the ceiling of the hall. If it was a reactor, I'll be damned if I could figure out how it worked. The structure looked most like a giant rock outgrowth, a kind of column formed from the fusion of giant stalactites and stalagmites, assuming, of course, that stalactites and stalagmites could be perfectly symmetrical in shape, and composed of a strange material like black frosted glass. Two outgrowths streamed towards each other in diminishing cascades, tapering towards the middle and leaving a paradoxical feeling of something both inorganic and disgustingly alive. Each cascading overgrowth ended in a notch, some of which still showed the small pieces of... Damn it! Meshel and Chingre had seen burned-out quantumite crystals before. Even quantumite's incredible energy capacity had its limits. If overloaded, the crystal would dump its stored energy into subspace, disrupting its unique subatomic structure. Quantumite turned into a useless piece of stone. The dream about the jackpot suddenly turned into bitter disappointment. I don't like this, Chingre said. His sensitive antennae above the iridescent hemispheres of his eyes were almost pressed against his oblong head, indicating that the Lutrenian was anxious and frightened. This was clearly not a reactor. Why did the crystals burn out if it wasn't a reactor? Why were the Tofane fighting to the death here, literally to the last survivor? If their soldiers were defending this thing, he pointed to the altar, why are their bodies on the outside of the barricade and the bodies of those they shot at on the inside? They broke through and threw the defenders away. Michel shrugged. What difference does it make? You're worrying about the wrong thing, pal. I can't believe we've pulled out the blank. So much work. Such a long journey for what? He began to walk around the altar, scrutinizing the structure. Maybe there's at least... Aha! Chingri stirred, turning to his partner. What is it? He asked. The Lutranian didn't express emotion through sound, but it was clear enough that he was on the verge of snapping. I knew it. Meshel triumphantly slapped himself on the thigh. There is justice in the world. It couldn't be that we got nothing after all we've been through. He pointed to the central lintel, which also had a niche, only noticeably larger than the others, scattered across the altar's surface. In the niche was a big quantumite crystal, at least 40 centimeters long and 20 in diameter, at the thickest part of the center. So far, the largest crystals ever found or grown had been at least half that size. The crystal glistened in the lantern light with familiar bluish shimmers, which meant that it was almost completely discharged. Only occasional purple sparks ran along its edges, either reflections from the light of the two lanterns or, "Don't!" Chingri's cry cut through the eerie dead silence of the shelter, littered with the bones of its dead inhabitants. But it was too late. Meshel reached out with both hands and gingerly grasped the crystal. I don't know why the hell they put it on this altar, he said, but I can't see any power leads on the plus or minus side. It's just standing there in this little socket, not permanently attached. Now He didn't finish. Absolute darkness spilled out of the crystal, instantly drowning the light of the lanterns and the consciousness of both adventurers. Holy shit! What was that? They ran down the corridors of the shelter, no longer aware of what was beneath their feet, stumbling over the Tofane remains that littered the floor and knocking down flimsy barricades along the way. There were no more tides of darkness like the one in the central hall, but they had had enough of what they had already experienced. According to the clock, they'd both blacked out for just a few seconds, but it seemed to Meshel like an eternity, immersed in concentrated, unformed, primal terror. He had no clear memories, no emotions, except one. To get out of there as quickly as possible so as not to embody once again the incomprehensible thing that had taken hold of him and had been him for those few endless moments. We'll discuss it when we're at least a couple of dozen light years away from this place, Chingre said. And Meshel envied the Lutranian. His conversational apparatus was not connected to his breathing sacs, and he could talk, even at full speed. Meshel was desperately gulping for air, but he suspected that it was not only from running, but also from the fear he had experienced. As they jumped into the ship, abandoning all the equipment set up at the shelter's entrance, Chingri began the pre-launch procedure and tore the ship away before the cargo hatch ramp could slam shut. They barely exchanged a word until the ship entered the hypernode at the system's edge, and only then did Chingri speak. Now I understand what confused me about how the Tofane bodies were arranged in the shelter, he said. We got it all wrong. Meshel grinned nervously. Are you saying they didn't kill each other, but died peacefully of old age? Somehow that doesn't fit with what we saw. No, they did fight. But their soldiers weren't defending the sanctuary from invaders. They were trying to stop those trying to break out of the shelter. The layout of the barricades, the soldiers' bodies, and their opponents. Everything suggests that the attack was coming from inside to outside, from the altar to the exit. Meshel looked at him, stunned. But what was the point of that? It would have made more sense to let them out and let them go wherever they wanted. Easier to survive. The Lutrenian was silent for a moment. I think it was quite different. I think the soldiers entered the shelter and locked the door behind them, and did everything they could to ensure no one got out of the shelter, including themselves. But it didn't work. What do you mean? The faceted eyes expressed nothing, but Meshel was ready to swear that the Lutrenian was up to something. We still don't know two crucial things, Chingray said. Until now, they seemed unrelated. But after what happened, first, we don't know why Tofane started this all-galactic Armageddon, and secondly, we don't know exactly how the quantumite works. Scientists say, Michel started to say, but Chingray stopped him. Scientists say that they have learned to treat ordinary carbon crystals in such a way that their subatomic structure changes, and they become quantumite. They expose them to black holes in orbits where no living thing can survive. That's why quantumite is so expensive. But the truth is, we still don't fully understand what black holes are. We are like monkeys with a grenade. No, with a thermonuclear bomb. We jump on it, draw funny pictures on its side, and press different buttons because something inside it hums and squeaks funny. It sounds really creepy when you think of it that way, said Meshel. Well, then think a bit harder. There is a theory that black holes are passageways to another universe. Which one? What is it? What could be leaking out of it? We use them to alter ordinary matter into something that denies the physical laws of our universe. Quantumite. It was once used by the Tofane, and quantumite affected them, just like it probably affected us. Wait, what are you saying? Meshel asked, feeling the cold creeping up his spine. That something came out of the other universe and caused the Tofane to commit mass suicide. Do you remember the darkness? Chingray answered the question with a question. Meshel fell silent. We can't go back, Chingray said. We don't know what the altar has done to us. Meshel looked at his partner in incomprehension, and then suddenly he understood. What have you done, you bloody grasshopper? He yelled and rushed to the control panel. It's too late, Chingray said. The chain reaction in the reactor core had already crossed the critical threshold. He pressed a key, and a countdown timer appeared on the large display. Meshel watched, mesmerized, as the numbers changed, counting down the last moments of his life. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. He closed his eyes, but nothing happened. He was still alive. Chingray slowly turned away from the screen and looked at Meshel. Quantumite, they said almost simultaneously, jumping up from their seats. They ran into the technical bay that housed the quantumite crystal energy receiver. Only a few centimeters long, the small crystal lay in a special slot in the receiver, glowing purple. All the reactor's readings were normal, as if it hadn't just been on the verge of annihilation. The quantumite had absorbed all of its energy. But that's impossible. Meshel looked at Chingray. Quantumite has a capacity limit after all. We don't know what happened when that crystal in the shelter went off, the Lutrenian said slowly. Maybe it linked all the crystals to their home, to black holes, with channels to another universe, and our crystal transferred energy there. Why? Chingray looked at the crystal again, its glow growing stronger by the second. I guess we'll find out soon enough, he said. The darkness that came was almost predictable. When the small ship with 2 crew members on board came out of the hypernode on the solar system's outskirts, it had to immediately begin maneuvering vigorously to avoid colliding with the wreckage of the blown-up customs station. The ship had several days to go to Earth, but there was little point in rushing there, as its melted surface would remain radioactive for hundreds of thousands of years. But that could not upset those on board, for they had nothing to do with Michelle and Chingray anymore. Nevertheless, they still had much to do. They had to scour all the neighboring systems and make sure that the second cycle was completed as efficiently as the first, and only then would they return home.
Proper skills.
As it always happens, the catastrophe began completely unnoticed and long before the crisis. An old bulk carrier, once serving the mining settlements of the asteroid belt, had broken away from the quarantine station. The shoddy welding work and neglect of regular inspections had caused one of the fastening arms connecting the bulk carrier to the station to snap. The ship lost alignment. The oscillations began to accelerate relative to the station's center of gravity, and eventually, the remaining 5 arms burst one after another like drugstore rubber bands trying to hold a heavy dumbbell swinging on them. The central processor at the quarantine station dutifully sent a report of the accident to the service center, but the station was 16 light minutes from the center, and by the time they got the report, the bulk carrier was already gone. No one had expected that any of the old ships docked at the quarantine station's asteroid could suddenly run away, and the station's automation couldn't calculate the fugitive's course. The technicians of the center sent several probes to search for the bulk carrier, but there was almost no chance of finding the old vessel. The probes were to reach the scene only in 2 weeks, when the volume of space to be searched through would exceed all the capabilities of the search team. So the technicians gave a warning about the lost ship to the Navigation Committee of the Solar System, got their legal reprimand from their superiors, and forgot about the incident. On the scale of the system, the bulk carrier was a speck of dust, and the quarantine station was located in the middle of nowhere, far from any regular routes. The chances that the runaway ship would end up in a busy traffic zone were negligibly small. Then came the war with the Eularians, and everybody forgot about an old decommissioned freighter lost somewhere in space. But the bulk carrier survived. It didn't fall into the sun or any of the giant planets. It didn't fly away into the void, but by some unique coincidence, it entered a comet orbit and became one of the numerous bodies of the solar system. With one correction, nobody knew about it. Its orbit, velocity, and mass were not calculated and entered into the Navigational Committee's logs. Still, the chances of its trajectory dangerously intersecting with something before the inner planet's observation systems could detect it were vanishingly small. But still, not zero. "Captain, sir, you must see this." Philip de Loyne put aside the book he was reading and looked at the man who had entered the bridge. For passenger mate Ahan now, it was his first voyage aboard Zealand, but he had been flying as a passenger mate on Solar United ships for several years now. He would hardly bother the captain of a large liner over nothing. "I'm listening," Philip said, looking at his subordinate expectantly. Ahan handed him the service tablet. "Perhaps I'm worrying for nothing, sir, but I thought you should know. This is the passenger list. Note the number 146. Philip took the tablet, scrutinizing the lines of small print. The usual list. Names, brief passenger details. What could be so unexpected that an officer should suddenly burst onto the bridge with a worried look? A popular music or movie star traveling in disguise? A controversial politician? A religious figure? Unlikely. Celebrities are frequent guests aboard system liners, and Ahan had probably encountered such people before. What else could there be? The military and police stopped using liners long ago, and even if they were to transport a dangerous criminal on a passenger ship, they are legally obliged to notify the owner company and, of course, the ship's captain. Okay, number 146. What do we have here? Zuman Adbochast. God, what a name. Philip had seen passengers of many different nationalities in his career, but this was the first time he had ever seen such an exotic name. Let's check where this Bocast was from. The passenger number 146 was listed in the column Nationality as ULL. Philip scratched the bridge of his nose. What the hell was that? It was the first time he had ever come across such an abbreviation. Some new political entity of the outer colonies? But if it had been recognized as a subject of international law, it would have been in the news bulletin, and Philip wouldn't have missed it. ULL. He looked questioningly at Akan, again marveling at the extremely worried expression on his mate's face, and then it hit him. "Oh shit," said Philip, setting the clipboard aside. "We have a Ularian on board?" "Yes, sir," Ahan nodded. "So far, he's staying in his quarters and keeping to himself. But if he decides to take a walk, you understand, sir, there could be trouble. I'm concerned for the safety of the passengers." There was no need for extra explanations. The 4-year war with the Ularians had left a permanent scar on the public consciousness. Even though the population of the inner planets in the solar system had remained almost unaffected by the conflict, the outer colonies and the fleet had taken the brunt of it. The propaganda efforts had not been in vain. Tales of the ruthlessness and cruelty of the Ularians raised the degree of hatred towards the enemy almost to the point of instant boiling. It had been 6 years since the end of the war, which had ended in a catastrophic defeat for the Ularians, and passions had subsided somewhat, but if people saw a real Ularian in front of them— Philip sighed. He wasn't sure how he would behave if he saw a recent enemy. He had served in the Second Strike Fleet during the war and participated in liberating several colonies captured by the Ularians. He knew that the propaganda did not exaggerate the facts. On the contrary, sometimes it softened them. How did he even get aboard unnoticed? He asked, immediately realizing the question's absurdity. The automatic control system checked the passenger's identity against the documents presented, not his social status or citizenship. Officially, the Earth Confederation and the Uluri conglomerate were on relatively peaceful terms, and there was no reason to restrict the movement of citizens within each other's territories. Ulurians were generally humanoid, so loose hooded clothing was enough to disguise them on the way to their quarters. The Ularian was probably taken through customs and border control at the passenger terminal by security, away from the public's eyes. Damn, they could have warned him. Philip felt a wave of irritation, but quickly suppressed it. What was the point of wasting his nerves on this now? He'd have his say when he got back, both to Solar United and to Venus Delta Terminal Security. "What do we do, sir?" Ahan's voice snapped the captain out of his gloomy musings. We'll increase surveillance on the quarters of that— what's his name? Bocast, in case he ever thinks of taking a walk. We can set up additional micro cameras in the corridor, sir. If he goes out, we'll know right away. The system tracks whenever a cabin door is opened, but it's counting the room service too, so it's not really effective. Just stay out of the cabin. We don't want a diplomatic scandal if he detects the surveillance. Philip got another idea. And here's another thing. Every Ularian traveling through Confederate territory must have an official escort. This escort was unlikely to be marked as such on the passenger list, but he is probably stationed in a neighboring cabin. He picked up the tablet again. Let's see. One cabin is empty. By the way, this Ularian has no shortage of funds. Those are double suites. Aha, here, Andre Mustaine from the— He looked closely and raised his eyebrows in surprise. New Hope? New Hope was one of the planets that had been occupied by the Ularians the longest. Nearly half the population had died there. I didn't expect to see somebody from that planet as an escort. Anyway, please invite this Andre here. I need to talk to him. But keep it quiet. I think he'll understand. Yes, sir. The officer nodded and went out. 6 days remain until Zealand arrives at the Neptune transfer terminal. He wanted to believe that the damned Ularian would sit still in his quarters during that time and not cause a riot by showing up at the restaurant in the middle of the evening show. What the hell was he doing here? And why hadn't anybody bothered to warn the ship's captain that he had a social time bomb on board? Philip didn't yet know that none of this would matter very soon. By another coincidence, a software glitch occurred in the processing unit of the long-range scanner of the Zealand a few days ago. This glitch caused an avalanche of errors, which eventually led to the fact that the scanning data of the entire sector ceased to be received by the navigation processor and the central control terminal on the bridge of Zealand. Instead, the same 2-day-old summary began circling around the circuits, showing space clear even of micro-meteorites. So the scanner sensors that had spotted the old bulk carrier on a collision course with the system liner were sending their information nowhere. It fell into the data processing unit, looped by the glitch, and died quietly there. The sensors had done their job. These primitive devices, of course, didn't care what would happen with their data after they transferred it. There was not much time left before the collision of two ships. Andre Mustaine turned out to be a woman. Philip had not expected this. When Andre entered the briefing room, where meetings with customs and other officials of ports and stations were usually held, he was somewhat confused. It seemed natural to Philip that the Ularian's escort could only be a man, preferably a heavily armed commando. However, Philip immediately realized the absurdity of this assumption. It was impossible to bring weapons aboard the ship. No tricks would help. But still, a woman. Andre's handshake was pleasant, warm and confident, but without trying to prove anything. She was thin, rather tall by Earth standards, about 40 years old, with blonde, short-cropped hair and a hard look in her brown eyes. Judging by her age, Philip figured that she must have survived the Ularian occupation as an adult, whether she had been part of the field resistance, the city underground, or had spent all that time in a concentration camp. He hesitated to ask, lest he inadvertently say something tactless. Most of the survivors of the occupation did not like to talk about those years. "To be honest, I expected you to contact me sooner," Andre said. Philip didn't let the fleeting annoyance show on his face. "I would have done so," he said, "if I'd had the slightest idea that there was a Ularian among the passengers." Andre squinted at him. "If you had known that we had bought tickets for your flight, you would surely have found an excuse to keep us off the ship. I assure you, the Ularian poses no danger to the other passengers and crew." "I wish I shared your confidence," Philip said dryly. "But given the circumstances and, let's just say, some personal experience, I can't." Andre sighed. "You've been in the war, haven't you?" "Yes," Philip answered briefly without going into further detail. "Second strike, right?" Andre pointed to the small badge on Philip's tunic. Normally, members of passenger ship crews were not supposed to wear military insignia and decorations, but there were some exemptions for higher officers. Philip appreciated her experience. Not every colonist knew much about naval insignia. "I saw you on East 4th during the Liberation Parade. We moved there from New Hope as soon as the quarantine was lifted. It was too hard to stay." Andre shook her head. "Captain DeLoyne, I'm officially stating that the Ularian you have on board is no more dangerous than any other passengers." "And unofficially?" Andre shrugged. "Unofficially, Captain, you realize I didn't just end up accompanying Bocast for no reason, right?" Philip shook his head slightly. "Zuman belongs to the Order of the Discarnate. It's a new... No, you can't call it a religion. It's more of a philosophical movement, gaining popularity in the conglomerate. Its adherents are calling for a radical change in thinking, a rejection of the old way. Do you know what the old way is? Philip nodded. All for the benefit. A simple motto, the quintessence of the old way, the predominant philosophical and religious system of the Eulerians. It was to be taken literally. Everything that existed in the universe was to be used for the benefit of Eulerian civilization. Accordingly, anything that could not be used was to be destroyed. The humans were fortunate to have encountered the conglomerate at a time when they were outnumbering the Eulerians by hundreds of times. Eulerian history books describe at least 2 cases of total obliteration of useless civilizations. The journey Zuman is undertaking is a pilgrimage of sorts. He has already visited all the inner planets, and now he wants to visit each of the belt worlds and then the outer colonies, Andre said. It's as important to him as, say, the Hajj to Mecca is to Muslims, or visiting the Blue Moon is to Neophysites. But most importantly, he has had part of his median gland surgically removed. Zuman is simply physically incapable of violence. Philip stared dumbfounded at Andre. Memories about the Eulerian stormtroopers, whose reaction and strength were dozens of times superior to human ones, still sometimes gave him nightmares. The Eulerians owed much of that superiority, as well as their incredible cruelty and tendency to solve all problems with violence, to a complex hormone that remotely resembled a super-powerful version of adrenaline, which was produced by the median spinal gland. For any Eulerian to voluntarily agree to have it removed, impossible. "Suppose I believe you," he said finally. "But that's only part of the problem. The other, much bigger one, is the other passengers. If they find out that there's a Eulerian on board, I can't predict exactly what will happen, but it won't be good. You won't be able to explain anything to them about peace-loving religion and removed glands. You'll probably be torn to pieces along with the Eulerian before you can say a single word." Andre smiled as if she had heard some old, but still successful joke. "Then it's up to you and me to make sure no one finds out about this, isn't it, Captain?" She stood up. "As it seems that we have no other choice." When she left, Philip sat in prostration for a while. Eulerian on ship. He'd much rather have discovered a large shipment of drugs or some homegrown terrorists on board. However, Andre was right. They have no options. He would put cameras at the entrance to the cabin, of course, and he probably must relocate the passengers from this sector under some pretext so that it would be possible to shut down the whole sector if needed. Even Eulerian can't get through the emergency bulkhead. But damn it, it's amazing how calm this Andre woman is. Though for a moment, when she talked about moving from New Hope, Philip had thought something had flashed in her gaze, something black and creepy. But it was washed away by her pleasant smile. He didn't have time to finish the thought because a giant, invisible hand pulled him out of his chair and, like a rag doll, threw him against the wall lined with light-colored plastic. The growing snowball of coincidences and failures was rapidly rolling to a conclusion. The bulk carrier looming inexorably toward the Zealand remained invisible to her systems almost to the very end. A few minutes before the collision, it was finally detected by the auxiliary detection systems. But the processor went the wrong way. It studied the data, a considerable object weighing several 100,000 tons, which appeared as if by magic from nowhere, compared it with the results of observations for the last few days, where there was nothing close to it, and wrote it off as a random failure in the system. Only at the very last moment did the watch navigator pay attention to several strange messages about program failures, manually bypass the analytical blocks of the navigational processor, and put the data from the scanners on his screen. When the meaning of the numbers reached his consciousness, he was petrified with horror for a moment and, therefore, had no time to press the alarm button or call the captain. However, both of these actions would have made no difference. As a final gift of mercy, fate decided not to throw a 1 on all 5 dice simultaneously. The bulker hit Zealand tangentially, thanks to which both ships did not instantly turn into a single cloud of burning debris. The angular frame of the old ore carrier plowed diagonally through the elongated hull of the passenger liner, leaving a terrible but still not fatal wound, and rushed on, slightly changing the orbit, which, as a result, will someday lead the bulk carrier to fall into the sun. On the other hand, Zealand continued on almost the same course. Neither the navigational processor nor the engines had been damaged, so the automation made the necessary corrections almost immediately to prevent random rotation, and the slightly off course could be corrected later. Inside the liner, people were beginning to feel the shock. Philip came to his senses from the acrid odor that made his throat scratchy. His head was buzzing, and his eyes were watering desperately, but all his bones seemed intact, and he could think relatively coherently, though he still had no idea what had happened. Maybe the Ularian was a saboteur and had tried to blow up the liner, he thought wildly. But it was a stupid idea. In theory, it was possible to sneak explosives on board, but certainly not in the quantity that would cause such consequences. The source of the odor was a bluish haze billowing from the ventilation grate. It wasn't smoke. There was no smell of burning. Most likely, some piping had burst somewhere, and something had started leaking into the ventilation system. Now, until the source of the leak was identified, he could only hope it wasn't too toxic. Philip jumped up and rushed to the bridge. Anything not anchored to the floor or walls now rested against the opposite wall from the bridge entrance. A few paces away, the watch navigator shook his head, standing on all fours, alive and seemingly unharmed. Good. Philip jumped to him, but the officer waved him off, and the captain rushed to the main control panel. The scale of the disaster became apparent just a few seconds later. Some object comparable in mass to the Zealand had literally demolished the upper deck and badly damaged the next 2. The energy core and engines were intact, which was good. Philip thanked the conservatism of shipbuilders who, even years after the war, continued to place the captain's bridge in the heart of the vessel, even on civilian ships. However, it was a small consolation because the top 3 decks were reserved for the cheapest cabins and were traditionally the most densely populated. A cold sweat broke out on Philip's forehead and back at the realization of how many people had died there, but he forced himself to chase away the instant despair. There would be time for grieving later. Now it's time to rescue the survivors and help the wounded, who would probably number in the dozens, if not hundreds. Philip reached out to call the medical section on the intercom. He froze, staring in horror at the blinking red light. The recovered navigator typed a command on his terminal at that moment, and a holographic projection of the liner appeared above the control panel with a preliminary assessment of the damage. A massive laceration was crossing the Zealand askew, and the spot where the sick bay had once been located was in the middle of this monstrous rupture. During the last ship refurbishment, it had been decided to move the doctor's domain to the most populous part of the liner, the second deck. The next half hour demonstrated that the endless training and drills had not been in vain. Even the passengers, at first terrified and anxious, became imbued with the discipline and firmness of the liner's crew, and the rescue quickly took on a well-organized character, as much as was possible under the circumstances. Philip had no time or energy to express his pride in his subordinates. but he promised himself that he would do his utmost to see that they were all honored in the future. But that was for later. First things first. The situation was not hopeless. As far as it was possible to reconstruct from scraps of data, some ancient ore carrier built many years before the war had crashed into the Zealand. It doesn't matter now where it came from, but it was clear that it was a typical ghost ship, and that, having done his black work, it continued to nowhere. So Zealand was in no further danger. The primary energy core and engines were unharmed, and the ship retained control. But the casualties were nightmarish. According to preliminary estimates, about 300 people had been killed in the strike, and about 100 more were missing. Philip feared that most of them would also end up on the mournful list. The wounded were numerous, mostly with fractures, bruises, and contusions of internal organs, and not a single doctor could be found among the passengers. Unfortunately, if there were any on board, they were among those directly hit by the bulk carrier. Of course, the liner's personnel had taken first aid courses, and most of the crew could handle relatively straightforward tasks, such as treating simple fractures, minor concussions, and cuts. However, there were still at least 2.5 seriously injured, and the number grew as the rescue effort expanded to the most damaged parts of the ship. They were all being taken to one of the restaurants, hastily converted into a makeshift hospital. Philip had ordered that all the small first aid kits and all the medical supplies in possession of the passengers be collected and delivered there, leaving only vital drugs and supplies for the people. A volunteer pharmacist from the passengers sorted through this flood of headache pills, birth control medications, antihistamine aerosols, and antibacterial patches, but it was woefully inadequate. Worst of all, several of the wounded, clearly suffering from internal bleeding and other severe trauma, needed urgent surgery, or they might not live to see the following day. "Try to interview the passengers again, including the wounded," Philip said tiredly to the third mate, who was in charge of the hospital. "There may be someone familiar with medicine. I don't care if it will be a dentist or a hospice nurse. Anything would do. Otherwise, we'll either have to watch people die in our arms or become the surgeons ourselves, with instruments from the engine room." He knew there was little hope, but saw no other way out. Philip disconnected and allowed himself a moment's pause, although the intercom was flashing with many lights waiting for his response. It was a quirk of fate. He had been through the entire war and served on the long-range cruiser Poseidon, but had first encountered the consequences of direct hit only now, in peacetime. And it didn't matter that it wasn't a Eulerian torpedo, but a rogue ghost freighter. The rules were the same. Prevent panic, organize rescue efforts, and maintain discipline. There were other veterans among his subordinates and among the passengers too, for sure. That must have helped. If there had been chaos and disorder, things could have been much, much worse. His attention was drawn to some confusion at the bridge entrance. A sentry posted by regulation at the door was trying to block the way of someone who wanted in very badly. Of course, it was not a Marine, as on warships, but a cadet with a stunner, which he probably didn't know how to use. So a few moments later, Philip jumped up with his hand on his holster to meet the two who had entered the room. The Eulerian's narrow, long face did not flinch, even when several guns were pointed at him. He only raised his hands slowly, turning them with open palms toward Philip, a universal gesture demonstrating the absence of weapons and peaceful intentions. The movement made the ample sleeves slip down to his elbows, exposing forearms that seemed to be coiled from steel cables. Philip knew that a Eulerian could rip a grown man in half with his bare hands, and their skin was capable of deflecting many things, including medium-caliber bullets. Eugenics had been Eulerian state policy millennia before they developed genetic engineering, and they had wasted no time. "Please." Andre stepped forward. She had a large bruise on the left side of her face. Obviously, the disaster had taken her by surprise as well. Zuman and I want to help. There's no danger, I told you, Captain. Philip felt his finger tense on the trigger of his blaster. If the Eularian will attack, he'd have time to put at least a couple of charges into the alien. Earth stunners worked on Eularians, but with far less effectiveness. The question was what the woman would do in the meantime. The Eularian blinked. Philip saw a stiff horn flap slide from Eularian's brow, move downward momentarily, and then retract back up. This flap was even stronger than alien skin, and he could change the composition of the moisturizing fluid secreted by the glands hidden in the grooves to neutralize any poisons in the eyes. We heard you needed doctors, the Eularian said. We can provide assistance. His voice was flat, devoid of emotion, his narrow lips barely open as he spoke. It is important. Philip didn't understand what the Eularian's last line referred to. Was it important to the ship or Duman himself? But he didn't care. Are you a doctor? Philip asked, still aiming his blaster at the Eularian. The Eularian shook his head. His race didn't actually have a direct gesture of denial, so he'd borrowed it from humans. And for humans, his own people simply wouldn't understand him. Interesting fact. No, but I can do some surgery. I possess the proper skills. Philip saw a flicker of horror in the cadet's eyes. To the young man, the Eularians were a nightmare from his childhood. Monsters on the news. Demons to be driven back to the hell from which they had escaped. But anyone who had been through the war and encountered Eularians in person knew that for all their ability to inflict terror, Eularians never lied. There was no such concept as lying in their civilization. True, no one believed them anyway, but there was no choice now. You'll work in an isolated room, behind locked doors, Philip said, having made his decision. If we suspect foul play from your side, we'll just pump out the air, and you mustn't be seen. If people discover that the surgeon is being replaced by a Eularian, I can't guarantee your safety, or ours, to be honest. I understand, Zuman said. I'm ready. It's part of the new way. Philip thought quickly. The Eularians were far superior to humans in reaction speed and precision of movement, including fine motor skills. That might compensate to some extent for their lack of experience, but the anatomy of the Eularians, despite their outward resemblance to humans, was very different. They weren't even mammals, though they had a similar metabolism and could eat Terran food. Philip shuddered at the last thought, but forced himself to get back to the point. Do you need any surgical manuals? Manuals of human anatomy? No, Zuman said. I know anatomy. I don't need anything. I'll assist him, Andre said. I learned some of those skills too, on New Hope. Philip noted that her voice sounded even more impassive than the Eularians. I'm afraid we don't have the tools either, he said. Everything was destroyed along with the sickbay. All we can quickly gather are utensils from the galley. We can get ultraviolet lamps and clean tablecloths for sheets. We can arrange for anesthesia. There are some suitable medication in the first aid kits. That'll do, the Eularian said without moving. Apparently, he had not yet mastered the gesture of assent. A nod. Where to go? Wait here while we prepare the room, Philip answered. Then my men will escort you out, so you won't be seen by anyone. He looked intently at Andre. I hope you won't let us down. It's the way of the Order of the Discarnate, said the woman. We can't fail. Philip didn't understand what she meant. What did she have in common with some strange Eularian philosophy? He was only able to observe the first two patients. When Zuman picked up the fish-cutting knife, all the knives were additionally sharpened, but they still looked like ordinary kitchen utensils, and bent over the first patient. Philip could barely restrain himself from storming into the former vegetable pantry that had been converted into a surgical unit and firing a full blaster clip at the Eularian. However, the alien, working clearly and quickly with Andrea's help, opened the patient's abdomen and sutured up the partially damaged spleen without damaging any other organs or major blood vessels, and the captain relaxed slightly. After the second surgery, on a patient with a complex tibia fracture, Philip returned to the bridge. 3 days later, the first rescue ships approached Zealand. By this time, the Eularian had performed surgery on 16 people, all of whom had survived. He worked almost non-stop, only occasionally drinking water and once asking for food. Andre assisted him for nearly 24 hours straight, then passed out. She just collapsed, barely stepping out of the room, slept for 10 hours, then woke up, had a snack, and went to assist Zuman again. Philip knew that in the future, he would have to explain his decision to the commission investigating the crash's circumstances and the crew's actions, but that would be later. Unfortunately, a few people still died before they got a chance to get to the surgery, and every decision on who should be treated immediately and who could wait would stay with Philip forever. An hour before the rescuers docked at Zealand, the Eularian and Andre had finished the last surgery, and they were escorted to their quarters just as discreetly as before. Philip personally shook hands with both the woman and even the Eularian, managing not to show the deep-seated, almost instinctive terror and distrust to the alien. "Thank you," he said sincerely. "That was a well-done job. Without you, almost all of these people would probably be dead." "Part of the atonement," the Eularian said. "It was necessary, especially for me." Philip hesitated. "Speaking of you, you said on the bridge that you had proper skills, even though you weren't a doctor, but you didn't specify what it was. May I ask what your specialty is? Biologist?" He knew that the Eularians made no distinction between the study of sentient and non-sentient species. Birds and humans, for example. The horn flaps slid down and up. "No," said Zuman. "I was a cook in the Blue Fleet commander's kitchen." He stepped back, and the door to his quarters closed before the meaning of those words reached Philip. "Oh my God," said the crewman accompanying them, one of the engineers and a war veteran, then bent in half and vomited directly onto the lush carpet. Philip looked at Andre in horror. "And you knew all this time? God, how could you? It was the Blue Fleet that was standing on New Hope. Why would you accompany this monster?" The woman met his gaze, and in her eyes, Philip saw an abyss of hell, a darkness like he had never seen before, not even in the darkest moments of war. "Everyone has his own way of redemption," she said in an even voice. "Why do you think I was so good at assisting Zuman? I possess proper skills as well. The Eularians were very good at suppressing the will of slaves, and then assigning them jobs they didn't want to do themselves." She looked straight into Philip's eyes. "I was Zuman's main supplier," she said. "I worked at the meat factory."
The Trumpets of Doom.
"No way, Frederick. I hope you don't mean it. He's a total disaster. Just look at him." Chief Commander Li Yong and Commander Stotsky were looking at the screen, where the image of the red-haired, wiry young man with a face covered with freckles and a completely childish expression of piercing blue eyes was looking back at them. Ensign Wiseman did look a little strange, one might say very unmilitary, even though he was in uniform. However, it hung on him like an old rag. It was absolutely incomprehensible how Ensign Wiseman managed to look curly, even despite the strict Navy grooming standards. But he managed to do it nevertheless. "I'll tell you more, Sonny. Stotsky said calmly. Not only does he look like a knucklehead, he acts like one. He's always whistling and humming and even carries around a little clipboard where he writes musical notes from time to time. Notes? Stotsky nodded. Exactly. The guy is obsessed with composing music. To tell you the truth, if our situation weren't so desperate, I'd discharge him from the service in no time or transfer him to the Admiralty Parade Orchestra. But you know better than me where we're heading, and that would be straight into hell. This scruffy-looking fellow is the best courier in Gamma Sector, maybe even in the whole fleet. Li Yong stared at the screen incredulously. No way, he finally said. You know, Frederick, I'm not the most zealous advocate of discipline and regulations, but this, he nodded at the ensign's picture, is beyond anything. Are you sure you're not mistaken? 100%. Stotsky grinned. 26 flights through the hottest zone and not a single scratch. It's as if the Nelvians are avoiding him, like he is charmed or something. Li Yong shook his head. It had been 11 years since the Earth Federation had been involved in a desperate war against the Nelvians. The Allies were next to useless. None of them could match the Federation in battle fleet strength. Supplies, repair bases, and auxiliary personnel. But the main burden of the war was carried by the Federation fleet. The humans were the most scientifically and technologically advanced race in the Federation and in the local sector of the galaxy. But it was not enough. No one had declared war. No one had negotiated. Everything started suddenly. In distant areas on the outskirts of the Federation, the ships suddenly began to disappear in numbers. All sorts of ships. Scientific and exploration expeditions to promising new systems, colonization arcs, cargo freighters, private yachts, customs corvettes. The Federation had no military fleet then, only a few ships that could be conventionally used as warships because they had relatively powerful armaments. But in reality, they were just large customs ships chasing a few smugglers. No one had believed in interstellar warfare for a long time because of the complete absence of a hypothetical adversary. And now, the enemy had appeared. The worst did not happen. The planets were left untouched by the Nelvians, and the people living at the bottom of the gravity well could feel safe. However, they destroyed any artificial object in space, whether a ship, a mining station in the asteroid belt, or even a geostationary communications satellite. Giant multi-kilometer carcasses of Nelvian ships that looked like giant clusters of cybernetic polyps from some sick cyber nightmare would drop out of hyperspace and unleash swarms of smaller ships that would sweep through the next system they hit, completely clearing it of any artificial structures, and then just as suddenly disappear. If the system's defenses managed to damage a few attacking ships, the hit ships suffered the same fate. Their companions, if only they could be called that, finished them off and absorbed them. The Nelvians did not make contact. No one had succeeded in capturing any of the Nelvian ships yet. Little was known about them, and they were named after the remote sector of the galaxy where they had first appeared. No one had ever seen a single Nelvian, as no one had ever managed to capture a partially damaged ship. All ships that were hit were either consumed by other Nelvians or exploded into a ball of plasma. So nobody had the slightest clue about the location of home planets, if any, or the biological features of the Nelvians as a species, if those features were biological. Some emotional reporters called them locusts of space, but even that colorful definition was inaccurate. Locusts leave behind a desert, and the Nelvians completely ignore the planets. Galactic civilization was rapidly collapsing, not just because the Nelvians had caused all trade, migration, and colonization processes to collapse. After all, the vast majority of planets were quite capable of providing themselves with everything they needed for a trouble-free existence. The problem was broader than that. In addition to physically destroying all means of interstellar and interplanetary travel, the Nelvians also made hyperlinks impossible. Unlike Earth's means of communication, which used certain narrow bands of the hyperspace grid to transmit instant messages, the Nelvians' messages rolled through this degenerate space like giant tsunami waves, swallowing everything and everyone in their path. These rumblings gradually subsided with distance, but the areas of space occupied by the Nelvians were completely cut off from the galactic info network, bounded by the lightspeed trap. In such a situation, courier service was the only way to exchange information. Chief Commander Leung sighed. In a large-scale interstellar war, communicating via couriers was like trying to command a 21st-century tank army by sending orders with carrier pigeons. While information traveled through the hypergrid instantaneously, material objects possessed mass, which inevitably entailed the time factor. Yes, ships traveled many times faster than the speed of light. But what good was a message that came 2 weeks after the Nelvians swarmed into the next space sector? By the time the message got through and the strike force arrived on the scene, the Nelvians would have had time to do their evil deed or, at the very least, to pull up their reserves. But there was no choice. The defense was supported by guys like this Wiseman, piloting small ships, snooping between sectors, swarming with Nelvians, and delivering the most important asset: information. You can't fight a war if you don't know where the enemy is and what his forces are. Couriers died by the dozens and hundreds, but new desperate daredevils took their place, or complete weirdos like Wiseman. Only a truly brave or slightly, or maybe not slightly, insane person would go to serve in the courier service. Wiseman clearly belonged to the second category. "So what do we do?" Stotsky asked. "We have to decide something. Time is ticking. Wiseman has the best record, but if he does not suit you, the next candidate—" "I agree," Leung interrupted him. "A crazy suicide mission needs a psycho. Wiseman is the perfect candidate." "I will be straightforward, Ensign. This mission is extremely dangerous," said Leung, looking at Wiseman. The young man had clearly tried to put his appearance in a semblance of order before facing his superiors. A semblance he had succeeded. Curls were still stuck in different directions, and the uniform clearly needed cleaning and ironing. However, couriers were usually forgiven for such deviations from the statutory appearance. Suicide bombers are forgiven a lot of things. Unfortunately, we don't have the luxury of recruiting volunteers. We need the best courier for the mission, so you're going. "Sir, yes, sir." Wiseman almost got it right. Only a dreamy expression of light eyes and a wandering smile on his lips interfered. "This is no ordinary courier trip, Ensign," said Leung. "By the way, stand at ease. You're almost there anyway. As it goes, you're not going to fly your ship." "Pardon me, sir?" Wiseman relaxed a little, though Leung suspected that the ensign was not too tense from the start, but rather annoyed at being distracted from his musical notes. "Permission to make an observation, sir?" "Of course. You're the most experienced courier in Gamma Sector. Your opinion could be mission critical. Go ahead." "Sir, if I may be allowed to object, I see no point in changing ships, sir. My Cricket is the fastest version of the scout ship, and I'm used to it, sir." Leung glanced over at Stotsky. He knew that pilots of courier ships usually gave their scouts names. Officially, scouts were identified only by a code of letters and numbers. But Cricket? Stotsky shrugged, hiding a smile. Wiseman's scout was listed as CR1KT, but he couldn't explain that to the captain now. "There is a point, Ensign," Stotsky said, taking the initiative. "The thing is that this time, you have to deliver more than just information. You'll be flying a small freighter with cargo. Sir? There's an epidemic on Shengol 5, Leung said. Ausvan fever. Apparently it was brought in by refugees from the orbital cities that flooded the planet when the Nelvians arrived in the Shengol system. The problem was that unlike the orbitals, the Shengolans had no immunity, and there were no facilities or raw materials on the planet to produce the vaccine. Everything was on the orbitals. Weissman stood in front of the officers, and his gaze still wandered absent-mindedly somewhere in the unknown distances, only occasionally lingering on Leung or Stotsky, but the chief commander noticed that the smile disappeared from the ensign's lips. The courier delivered the information 2 days ago, Leung said. The only one of the 10 couriers who managed to get through. Unfortunately, he died of acute radiation sickness after only 24 hours. The Nelvians fired a salvo at him before he went into hyperspace. Weissman woke up. Sir, may I ask who, sir? Leung closed his eyes for a moment. It was Lieutenant Schuster. Did you two know each other? A little, sir. Weissman sighed faintly. We started out together in the Epsilon sector. We didn't get along very well, sir. Lieutenant Schuster thought that my hobbies were nonsense, sir. But he was a good courier, sir. There was an awkward pause, which Leung finally broke. Loading and launch preparations are underway. Additional advanced engines have been installed on this freighter. Hopefully, that will help. We launch tomorrow at 1600 base time. Weissman stared perplexed at Leung. Sir, I'm sorry, sir. Leung stood up and looked the ensign straight in the eye. Yes, ensign, we are. I'm going with you. My family lives on Shengol. Hyperspace is a strange thing. The few scientists who claimed to have figured out what it was never really managed to explain exactly what they had figured out to the rest of humanity. However, using their formulas, people were able to build instant communication devices and then engines capable of entering hyperspace and moving in it. Unfortunately, the automation in hyperspace could not be relied on. The fluctuations of the hypercontinuum, little understood by all but a few scientists, sometimes drove the automatics crazy. Only a human could bring it back to normal. Now that many areas of normal space were under the control of the Nelvians, the pilot's skill became extremely important. In hyperspace, combat was impossible, as each object entering it became a separate closed mini-universe, isolated from everything but the environment's fluctuations. But nothing prevented fleets from controlling key exit points from the hypercontinuum and attacking any object that fell out of them. Admittedly, the Nelvians seemed to ignore such a tactical ploy, even after the Federation fleet had caught them in such ambushes a couple times, and inflicted significant damage on the invasion fleets. Once in the new system, the Nelvians simply spread out like a swarm of voracious insects, destroying all the objects of artificial origin built over the centuries around the long-established stars. Locusts of space, indeed. The journey to the Shengol system took 11 days. Leung spent this time carefully studying the location of the Nelvian forces in the system, though he realized the apparent pointlessness of his task. Surely, the Nelvians would not obligingly stick around in the same place to make it easier for humans to bypass the Leviathan ships and destroy the smaller ones. Not counting a few episodes with countering the fluctuations, Weissman was immersed in his music. He glanced only briefly at the Shengol disposition, pretending to leave it to the senior officer to handle such a strategically important matter. It was evident to Leung that Weissman was more interested in tapping away at his keyboard, putting on headphones, and typing lines of notes into his tablet one after another than in making grand plans for a single freighter's military campaign against the invasion fleet. They'd either get through or they wouldn't. The life of the courier was as simple as that. They hardly spoke to each other. However, on the 8th day, Leung could not stand it. "Ensign, tell me, how did you end up in the courier service in the first place?" he asked Wiseman, taking a moment when the young man was not busy in the deckhouse or with his symphony or whatever he was composing. They were both sitting in the wardroom, Wiseman reading a book, Leung looking through last disposition intel in his officer's clipboard. Leung felt very strange on the ship. On the one hand, he was formally Wiseman's senior officer and commander, and on the other hand, Wiseman was perfectly capable of handling the few duties himself, especially since Leung did not know much about the intricacies of the courier service. This ambiguity was so confusing that Leung even began to behave not like an officer, but more like a typical civilian specialist, loitering around and pestering the crew with silly questions. This was both amusing and discouraging. Wiseman did not answer immediately, and Leung wanted to repeat his question, but then the ensign spoke. "I was graduating from the Colden Conservatory when the Nelvians came into the system," he said, staring at the wall. "It's a family tradition. For generations, all the Wisemans have been involved in music in one way or another. The conservatory is in the main city on the planet, so it wasn't threatened. It was already known then that the Nelvians didn't touch planets. But my parents were on a tour of old mining orbital cities in the asteroid belt." Leung noticed that the ensign's speech was missing all the statutory language, but he didn't care at the moment. They were right in that sector where the Nelvians had come from. He was silent for a moment, rubbing his forehead. While the Nelvians were cleaning up the outer stations and the belt, several liners had left the system. I managed to get a seat on one of them, and when the liner arrived in the Seal system, I went straight to the nearest recruiting station. He smiled a strange, creepy smile, more like a grin. "You could say I took advantage of my parents' deaths to escape from home." "And you got into the courier service right away?" Leung asked. "Not exactly. After the academy, I first served on the destroyer Danube. But then we were ambushed along with the entire 6th Fleet in the Sannon system. I think you know the story. The Nelvians hit the bridge with a gravitational gun, and all the officers were killed. I was the only one left who could pilot the ship." "So it was you." The bulletin mentioned some young graduate who saved the destroyer without mentioning his name. Leung strained his memory. "I think your bearing was followed by 3 other ships, including the last surviving cruiser." "Yes, sir." Wiseman's clear by-the-book answer was filled with endless fatigue and sadness. "And then I ended up in counterintelligence." "Where?" Wiseman smiled unhappily. "In counterintelligence. That's why my name was not in the bulletin. They found it very suspicious that some fresh product of the accelerated training program managed to pull the remnants of the fleet out of the meat grinder right through the thick of the Nelvian armada. They suggested that I might be a Nelvian agent." Leung shook his head dumbfoundedly. "What a total crap. So far, we don't know of a single case that even remotely hints at the use of infiltration agents by the Nelvians. We're not even sure if they can grasp the concept." "Well, it didn't seem that way to them at the time. I was interrogated for 6 months by various, methods." Leung looked sympathetically at the ensign. Although the commander represented the other half of the same department, he disliked counterintelligence officers primarily for their choice of methods. He understood that in times of war, there was no choice, and intelligence was not a kindergarten by any means, but he could not help himself. At least, in this war, the Navy had to deal only with ships and fleets. "Anyway, in the end, they gave up and let me out, removing all suspicion," said Wiseman. "They still didn't believe me about how I led the ships out of the ambush, though. Their psychiatrist decided it was post-traumatic hallucinations from stress and tension." Li Yong, immersed in the philosophical aspects of military intelligence and counterintelligence, almost missed Wiseman's words. However, before they finally slipped out of short-term memory, he caught the phrase by the tail. "I'm sorry, I thought I misheard you," said Li Yong, while his thoughts still flowed in the same direction. Counterintelligence psychiatrist. Yeah, a brain butcher, that's what he is, not a psychiatrist. A way to get through the Nelvian fleet? Yeah. Wiseman casually nodded his head, as if they were discussing the evening meal. The way I came out of the Sanon system. Li Yong realized that he might have staggered and fallen if he hadn't been sitting. Or was the counterintelligence brainiac right, and the poor, crazy ensign had been shoved into the courier service so that he would disappear there quickly and out of sight? "So how?" asked the commander. "Very simple," said Wiseman. "I just listened to their music." The Shengol system was swarming with Nelvians. One of the older Federation worlds, it was initially settled in reverse order. The first colonizers were anarchists and nonconformists from the Oort cloud of the solar system, who of course immediately began to reproduce the usual way of life. Orbital cities, mining confederations of hundreds of settlements on asteroids and small satellites, even nomadic communities on slowly expanding giant platforms with geosector engines. Shengol 5 itself has long been preserved solely as a nature reserve and resort. Its population started to grow quickly only a couple of centuries ago. The system was a perfect target for the Nelvians. The freighter came out of hyperspace near the orbit of the seventh planet, a gas giant with the usual bunch of satellites and a couple of rings. According to calculations, this point was as far away as possible from all clusters of Nelvian ships, although it did not guarantee safety. The Nelvians always thoroughly controlled the space of the systems they occupied, not missing any artificial objects. If they were few, a powerful fleet would probably be able to break through to the planet, but the Shengol system now had at least 50 Nelvian Leviathans, twice as many medium-sized ships, and countless small scouts. Only the combined fleet of the entire Federation could deal with such numbers, and that was only with heavy losses. Wiseman moved one earpiece closer to the back of his head and turned to Li Yong. "From what I've heard, we're safe for now, at least for the next hour," he said. "Then one of the Leviathans will come dangerously close. But I have an idea how to avoid the worst of it. So we have time to talk a little, sir." "Why couldn't anyone else figure out the Nelvians' hypersignals?" Li Yong asked. "The best cryptographers and linguists in the Federation have been working on them, but to no avail. Music, after all, has a structure in it. I can't believe that no one but you could understand it." Instead of answering, Wiseman jabbed his tablet a few times and showed the screen to the captain. "Tell me, sir, what do you see?" Li Yong looked at it. "Music notation," he said. "Musical notation," Wiseman corrected. "Or rather, a variant of it called Western. I have no clue why. Probably some ancient tradition. But can you read it?" "No, of course not." Li Yong shook his head. "Symphonies and oratories are your specialty. So you realize you're seeing some meaningful, structured writing, but you don't understand what it means, right?" Yeah." Wiseman took the tablet. "Now imagine you're from a race that doesn't know music. Such races do exist. They haven't developed this form of art. Would they be able to reconstruct the sound from a notation? By the way, keep in mind that there were actually several such musical languages, even in our history, and they are pretty different from each other." "I think I understand what you mean," Li Yong said slowly. "Although we're dealing with the reverse process here, we have to take someone else's music apart, record it, and then understand what it means. First, you must realize that you are dealing with music," said Wiseman. This is a fundamentally different music, completely alien to the human mind. How many composers and music theorists specializing in alien musical harmonies serve as Navy couriers? What do you think? Leung stared at the ensign. I can give you a hint, Wiseman smiled. Not a single one. You can't know that for sure, Leung said. Fleet personnel records are classified, and even my level of access wouldn't be enough for such a request. I didn't request it, Wiseman said. But I know all the top alien music specialists, and the last time I checked, none of them were in the Navy. So you were able to crack the Nelvian codes? Leung asked. I can't believe counterintelligence didn't bother to check that claim. With their professional paranoia. Wiseman shook his head sadly. They didn't believe a single word I said, especially since I didn't decipher anything. I just listened to the music and followed it. You know, like a jazz musician picking up a theme from another jazz musician. Only it's more complicated, because I don't really know the theme or the notes. How do you explain that to counterintelligence? It was easier for them to believe I was either a spy or crazy. Besides, I can't teach it. I've tried it with some of the other couriers. All they hear is noise. I guess you need a very good musical ear for this. A perfect one, Leung clarified. Wiseman blushed. I wouldn't put it that way, sir, but yes. Here, listen for yourself. He switched the hyperwave signals converted to sound to the deckhouse warning speakers. Leung endured precisely 3 seconds, after which a monstrous infernal cacophony made him bend over, clamping his ears. The Wiseman immediately turned off the sound. Oh dear, the commander moaned. And you hear music in this? It's some kind of Trumpets of Doom, as if all the demons of hell simultaneously pinched their tails and howled in a million throats. Yes, sir. At least I've been able to do it so far, sir. Wiseman looked worriedly at the scanner screen, where several spots flickered, signifying Nelvian ships. And from what we've just heard, 2 Leviathans are coming to intercept us. Leung felt an icy chill run down his spine. To intercept? Can we make it? Wiseman put on his headphones and listened to the acoustic nightmare with his eyes closed for 30 seconds, then took them off and checked the scanner screen. I'm sorry, sir. 3 more have joined them. And now we are most definitely not gonna run away. Before the despair that rushed into Leung's soul could drown him in its murky waters, the ensign continued. I've been working on something all this time, sir. It seems like a good time to test it. This freighter has a pretty powerful hypertransmitter. May I use it? Leung stared at the young man in confusion. What is he talking about now that everything is lost? Perhaps that psychiatrist from counterintelligence was right. All this musical mumbo-jumbo is a post-traumatic delusion, and Wiseman's incredible luck is just a rare coincidence of fortuitous circumstances. Use it for what? Asked Leung without any hope. To broadcast the Trumpets of Doom, of course, said Wiseman seriously. In the Nelvian way, I just finished the score. It took a week to get in touch with the base. Only when the last Nelvian Leviathan left the system and stopped clogging the local sector of the hypercontinuum with its roar. Of course, Leung's message was first disbelieved, then disbelieved even more, and finally disbelieved so much that he was told to sit tight and wait for the fleet strike group, which was due to arrive in 8 days. Leung didn't mind since his parents, his older sister, and her husband were not due to be released from quarantine until 4 days later. In the meantime, he was basking in the glory of being the planet's savior, avoiding the dubious honor of being carried in the arms of grateful countrymen as much as he could. On the evening of the 3rd day, He finally escaped from the endless waves of gratitude and visited Wiseman. The ensign was hiding from the glory behind the luxurious but sturdy doors of the presidential suite of the most expensive hotel on the planet. Obviously, he was not yet ready for the theoretical glory of a great composer, even in peacetime, let alone the glory of a war hero. Li Yong gestured to the Wiseman, who had jumped up, seeing the commander entering the room. "Sit down," he said, "and I suggest we drop the sirs and all that official Navy crap. I'm afraid that we will not be able to return to regular service for a very long time, so we can start to get used to civilian life. My full name is Salvatore Nkelu Leung, but my friends call me Sonny." "Sir, yes, sir." "Oh, sorry." Wiseman shook Leung's hand. "I mean, okay, you can call me Nick." Leung lowered himself into the softly padded chair and stretched his legs with pleasure. Finally. "I never thought that a reception with the Prime Minister of the system could be more tiring than a few hours in the weight room. I was afraid that I would lose an arm and break my back from shaking hands and bowing." Wiseman nodded. "Yes, sir. Oops. Yeah, I agree. But I seem to have been left alone." Leung picked up a bottle of wine from the table and looked at the label. He wasn't a big wine connoisseur, but it looked like this bottle was worth about twice his yearly salary. Pulling the cork out with his teeth, he spit it out onto the floor and took a sip straight from the bottle. "I saved you," he said. "Told them you had to develop a system that would drive the Nelvians out of our sector of the galaxy completely." The wine was wonderful, moderately tart, delicate, sweet, sour, and airy at the same time. He took another sip. "Tomorrow, I'm off to see my family, and then all kinds of inspectors from Fleet HQ are coming in to examine us, so we probably won't have a chance to talk peacefully. So I thought I'd take this opportunity to learn a few things." He took another sip and handed the bottle to Wiseman, but the latter only took one small sip and set the bottle on the table. Leung could see that the ensign felt highly uncomfortable, but he simply could not leave this question unanswered. "Here's what I don't understand, Nick. What could you have told the Nelvians that would make them scatter like cockroaches? One little ship, why don't you just swat it and be done with it? They can't be that stupid, can they?" Wiseman looked thoughtfully out of the window. The view was magnificent, the sunset golden surface of the bay framed by smoky wooded mountains. "As far as I can tell, evolution here on Shengol has never evolved to large life forms," he said. "But you've been to a lot of places, haven't you? Probably even on Earth?" Leung nodded. "Yes. My family tree can be traced back to natives of Southeast Asia and Africa, and I've certainly visited the lands of my ancestors a couple times. Why do you ask?" "There were once such large animals on Earth. Cetaceans," Wiseman said. "Huge by Earth standards, dozens of meters long, and over 100 tons in weight. They were hunted, although the hunting was eventually banned. There was a theory that they might be intelligent, but now we will never know, because they have still gone extinct despite all the bans to protect them. Do you know why?" Leung shook his head, feeling like he was about to figure out where Wiseman was going with this. Huge whales, Nelvian leviathans. The parallel was self-explanatory. "Humans made too much noise," Wiseman said. "They literally flooded the oceans with the rumble and crackle of engines, winches, vibrations of propellers and water turbines. The cetaceans communicated through songs. They couldn't sing in that noise, and they died out. I guess they weren't intelligent after all, at least not in our sense of the term." Leung looked at him dumbfounded. "You mean the Nelvians?" Wiseman shrugged his shoulders. "I can't prove it or even state it with much certainty. It just seems that way to me. Think about it. No one has ever seen a Nelvian, dead or alive. But that's not true. It's just that we couldn't properly conceptualize what was in front of our eyes. The Leviathans are the Nelvians, and their swarms of scouts are just sort of remote Baleens. That's why we don't understand them, just like we didn't understand the whales. And they certainly can't understand us. It is unlikely that a sperm whale could understand what a herring is saying to it, and a blue whale could communicate with plankton on an equal footing. So we're food to them? Wiseman laughed. Humiliating, isn't it? The humans, the dominant civilization in an entire arm of the galaxy, a mighty federation with all our advanced science and technology, are just space plankton to creatures who don't even notice our attempts to resist. I have no doubt that herring and shrimps never wanted to end up in the stomachs of whales either. One thing I don't understand is why the Nelvians never touch planets. Maybe they are artificial beings, programmed by someone in the unimaginable past. Leung grabbed the bottle and took a big gulp. What about the war? He asked, trying to find a foothold in this new, overwhelming reality. Wounded whales often sank whaling ships, Wiseman said, and sometimes beached themselves. Maybe their self-detonation is the Nelvian version of radical disposal of whalers. Leung nodded slowly. It all sounded utterly unbelievable, but it was perfectly harmonious when you created a coherent picture of what was happening. Speaking of harmony, speaking of music, Leung said, what was that tune you were broadcasting to scare them away? Was it some particularly sophisticated form of their cacophony? Or something you composed yourself? Wiseman blushed. That's a rough part, to be honest. I don't know how I'll explain all this to the people from HQ. The thing is that, well, I have a habit of whistling something while I think. During courier flights, I was always whistling with the microphone on while listening to the songs of the Nelvians. I noticed that one tune had a special effect on them, making them keep their distance. So I turned it around and put it in a Nelvian mold. Leung looked at him in surprise. That's it? It's no big deal. Our admirals and generals know nothing about symphonic music. You can tell them anything, and technicians don't care. They'll code whatever they're given. Wiseman blushed even more. That's the problem. I didn't whistle a symphony. What then? Wiseman gave him an embarrassed look. I understand your ancestors were also Christian, just like my family. So, Leung didn't understand anything. Absolutely nothing. Wiseman exhaled sharply, like an unsure man daring to jump from a 10-meter tower into the water. Well, I'm not really religious, but I remember one song that my grandma used to sing. It stuck with me and became a sort of unconscious habit. And he whistled softly.
Scam of the Galaxy.
Excuse me, do you mind if I sit here? I won't be a burden, I promise. It's just there aren't many tables left. Damn hyperspace storm. It's got quite a few flights stranded. Oh, you too. I feel you guys, I feel you. I'm okay. At my age, one shouldn't hurry anymore, eh? But yours is a different matter. You're young. You must rush to get it all. It only seems that your whole life is ahead of you, but in reality, it will fly by, and you won't even notice. Take my word for it. Man, it's all probably just a regular old-timer bubbling for you, right? Well, it's just that I've been sitting here for 2 days, bored to death. How long have you guys been staying here? So you're from around here, just waiting for your flight. Going on vacation, I guess. Somewhere in the paradise gardens of Rigel Orbitals? Oh, come on, it's not that hard to guess. There's a case on your belt, young man. That's a replacement light filter for active goggles, isn't it? Here we go. You are flying with your gorgeous wife. My respect, by the way. You really look awesome. And dressed casually. So it must be a vacation. And the nearest good resort, where you may need light filters, is Rigel Orbitals. You see? Nothing complicated. Oh, come on. I'm not a detective. I'm just a humble civil servant with little time left until retirement. A little attention to detail and a little logical thinking, that's all I've got. Oh, no. I'm not on vacation, unfortunately. I'm here on a business trip. Imagine that. At my age, I'm still traveling around the galaxy, at least 2 or 3 business trips a year. Yeah, I've seen a lot. I've been to parts of the galaxy you probably haven't even heard the names of. Even the artificial planets at the very tip of the Serpent's Tail Nebula. It took me almost a year to get there, can you imagine? The inhabitants there have developed a very interesting communication system by means of ultraviolet pulses. And still, they're part of the Galactic Federation, and they joined it almost 2,000 standard years ago. Well, we didn't have much trouble with them, oddly enough. Come on, guys, this won't interest you at all. The usual government red tape. Documents here, documents there, contracts, licenses, summaries. There's no need to tell you all this boring bureaucracy. Would you like me to tell you a really interesting story instead? We have plenty of time. Looks like this storm isn't going away anytime soon. Well, it all started 40 years ago with a young government inspector named Lockstein. He had just graduated from the Federal Management Academy in the Procyon University cluster and was determined to do as much good for the galactic community as possible. Oh, you graduated from there too? Well, that's interesting. It's my alma mater too. Can you imagine that? But I don't think any of my professors are still working there. Anyway, as a trainee, Lockstein was sent to a rather unremarkable system in a small corner of the galaxy, in the 118th quadrant. If you count from here, from your wonderful planet, you can't get much farther than that. The people there were interested in joining the Federation, but first, of course, we had to assess their economy and social structure, and then we could negotiate the length of the probationary period as an associate member of the Federation. The system was not so important for the Federation. That's why only a trainee was sent there. He was initially supposed to be paired with an experienced staff member, but the latter had fallen seriously ill at the very last moment. So Lockstein had to be sent alone. He was even warned that it would be no big deal if he could not immediately figure out the local realities. In a couple of months, several more specialists would arrive and help him finish what he had started, and no one would ask him strictly. As a result, it turned out that a completely inexperienced but very ambitious and energetic graduate had his hands completely free, and even the responsibility was removed from him in advance. A dangerous combination, if you think about it that way. Don't you agree? That lad turned out to be bright, after all. In any case, he was reasonable enough to start by thoroughly reading all the documentation available on this planet, biological parameters of the dominant intelligent species, for example. Quite humanoid and very much like humans, albeit with some differences. What else was in the report? The usual information, data on the planet, climate, biosphere, land, seas, and oceans, and the level of scientific and technological development, of course. Although there was a small snag, the usual comprehensive study was not conducted, but instead Lockstein used the data provided by the planet's natives. That was sort of off the rules, but he didn't think about that at that point. Anyway, on his way to the place, Lockstein read all this carefully. Luckily there was time, and concluded that he should not have any problems. The natives were friendly. Their level of development was just right, and if anything was wrong, he would sort it out and correct it on the go. Everything turned out more or less as Lockstein had planned. The natives met him very warmly. After all, they were the ones who wanted to join the Galactic Federation, so why would they treat badly its representative, on whom the fate of their application largely depended? The natives' metabolism was virtually identical to that of humans. Any possible harmful microflora could be taken care of by the enhanced bio-blockade procedure all government field workers underwent, and the local foods were surprisingly palatable. Lockstein was accommodated in an excellent hotel located in the belt of moderate subtropics, and at his first request they provided him with transportation with a private driver. They already had the first anti-grav flyers, clumsy but effective, or experts on any issue, if Lockstein wished to clarify something. In short, not a job, but a paradise. Still, the young man took his duties very meticulously and seriously, but a month passed, the second and the third, and the promised help mission from the Federation government did not arrive. Of course, no matter how enthusiastic he was about his work and the marvelous atmosphere the natives provided, he gradually began to worry. The natives responded to all his requests to send inquiries to the proper authorities by saying that they regularly did so, and were promised that the mission was about to arrive. But everything remained the same. Lockstein worked, prepared a detailed report and recommendations on joining the Federation for the Control Commission, and advised the local government on various management issues. The planet prospered. Everything went wonderfully until one day, Lockstein came to his senses, looked at the calendar, and realized that he had been living on the planet for the 3rd year, and had no idea when the federal authorities would relieve him from duty. He was puzzled not only by the fact of such neglect of his person and the planet by his superiors, but also by the fact that he seemed to have fallen out of reality for a good 2.5 years. Of course, the natives were not too different from humans, but still, they were not humans. They had different proportions, different shapes of eyes, and, most importantly, 3 basic genders. But Lockstein suddenly realized that he felt almost at home among them. "I'm sorry, am I boring you with my old man talk yet? I just see you squirming impatiently and looking at the flight timetable. Unfortunately, the delayed flights will be announced in 6 hours at the earliest. I checked with the information service right before I sat down with you, and I assure you, even more people are waiting in the other restaurants and lounges. At least it's less crowded here in the VIP area. So, do you want to know how it ended? Let me get you another drink on me. What were you drinking? Tolmadian Blue Double Clear. My respect, you know what a good drink is. That's something you don't see very often among today's youth. Here we go. The cyber bartender will be here in a couple minutes. Now, where was I? So Lockstein wasn't exactly in distress, but rather feeling a certain unease. He was in a bizarre and unpleasant situation. He was stranded on a little-known planet in a remote corner of the galaxy, which had no official relations with the Federation, and he had been there for years. At this point, Lockstein was beginning to ask himself if he was sure exactly how many years had passed since his arrival on the planet. The promised mission, which was supposed to continue the work based on his report, never arrived. However, Lockstein noticed that it hardly bothered him, that all he wanted to do was to continue to enjoy the friendliness of the natives, help them develop their planet, and he had already become quite adept at it, it must be admitted, and not think about anything else. And even this mental contradiction didn't bother him too much. The only thing he forced himself to do was secretly make a small calendar, in which he began to count the days spent on the planet in the most primitive way. And when this calendar began to noticeably overtake his inner sense of time, and the dates that were counted by the official calendars, everything in his office was provided by the natives, in case you have forgotten, and the connection to the local World Information Network was a personal Lockstein's channel. Only then did he manage to make himself at least a little anxious, and yet that anxiety was not enough to make a difference. Lockstein again plunged into a whirlwind of familiar work, which was fascinating as usual. The planet's governing system was improving, the efficiency of industrial production was increasing, the development of science was accelerating, and the social aspects and culture were also being pulled up. Lockstein felt that in a little more time, the planet would be able to do perfectly on its own without membership in the Federation, and become an independent unit with which it would be possible to negotiate on a totally different level. I see you're a little tired after all. Well, don't worry. I'm about to finish. You are probably anxious to know whether Lockstein got off that planet, and whether the natives could join the Federation in the end. Oddly enough, the answer to both questions is yes and no at the same time, which is why I've come halfway across the galaxy to sit here before you. What? I'm Lockstein. What a fantastic guess. I applaud your deductive powers, even if they failed you this time. No, I'm not Lockstein. In fact, I'm the one who finally arrested him in one of the most advanced clusters in the Federation. Forgive me if I was a little sly at the beginning of our conversation. I am, after all, a bit of a detective, even though I work for another agency. Of course, the person I arrested was not a true Lockstein, but one of the natives of that planet, who had mimicked Lockstein, and had worked as such for many years in the Department of External Relations of the Galactic Federation. It was an excellent disguise, I must tell you, right down to the biochemistry of his body. You see, that planet was not a paradise, but, on the contrary, was brought by the natives to a completely catastrophic state. It became clear when not just another mission from the department, but the second strike fleet of the Federation arrived there. The planet was so severely depleted, and had been in such a poor state for so long, that it had no substantial space defenses, and could not have any. So when the fleet commander pressed the locals a bit, they took no chances, and gave away what was left of the Lockstein, and the 5 missions sent to the planet for inspections. A few dozen special biopods, in which the brains connected to virtual reality stimulators floated. By then, we had arrested more than half of the natives who had managed to infiltrate the Federation, posing as people they captured. Obviously, The reports that the fake Lockstein and all the other doppelgangers had brought said that the planet was encouraging, but still had to work hard to meet the criteria for even associate member status, let alone eventual Federation membership. They were believed, for there was no reason to think otherwise. Generally, no one was interested in the planet. It was too far from important sectors and too small an economy. Oh, do you have to leave already? Don't argue. I've noticed you've discreetly gathered your things and are trying to get up. Take my advice. Don't even try it. It's not gonna work anyway. There was one additional ingredient in those drinks that the cyber bartender brought you, an elegant toxin. It starts to work in the lower half of your body, and you can't move at all after a few minutes. You can't even swear at me anymore. I can see in your eyes that you want to. That's what happens when you're entirely recalibrated to human biochemistry. Your body will react to human poisons. Funny, isn't it? But don't worry. It'll be gone in 24 hours, so you can walk around your prison cells all you want until your trial. Do you want to ask how we found the fake Lockstein and all the others? Well, I mean, you'd ask me if you could. I'm sure you would. I'll tell you anyway. We still have a minute before they take you to the patrol frigate. By the way, there's no actual hyperstorm. It was a cover-up to keep you from getting away early. You're not the only one who can lie, huh? You see, there are two things involved. My profession and a little mistake by the fake Lockstein and the other doppelgangers. You have an amusing tax system on your planet, with triple recalculation every 6 months, a rather elegant, semi-progressive scale, and a bunch of other nuances. It's a work of art. I'm telling you this as a tax inspector with half a century of experience. Probably on the insanely impoverished planet, there is nothing left to do but improve taxes. So, all the humans you replaced, stealing their memory and knowledge, were in one way or another connected with economy and management, and you, of course, taking their places, began to make a career in this field, including implementing the taxation system you are accustomed to on the planets where you settled. The Federation doesn't usually interfere in local affairs. Everyone is free to do more or less what they want at home, within reason, of course. But when the Federal Treasury started receiving taxes from the planets you've infiltrated, the tax department was surprised by one thing. Guys, you can't be such slaves to your habits. I realize that taxes are as eternal as the universe, but you shouldn't have calculated everything in the heptadecimal system. But you would probably even have gotten away with it if the fake Lockstein, the first doppelganger, hadn't included this peculiarity of yours in his report as an outstanding achievement of the planet. He never admitted what drove him, confidence that we wouldn't match the facts or pride in his planetary heritage, as no other heritage was left. And my job is to compare all kinds of numbers. So that's how it came out. Oh, the guards are here for you. Well, good luck in court. I guess you'll be sentenced to eternal imprisonment in a virtual prison. As bad as it sounds, it's your technology to blame. If it wasn't the way you treated the poor scammed Lockstein, you would have gotten the usual life sentence. You know, I never thought I would say these words. But apparently there is a first time for everything. If you had not paid taxes at all, you would have slept peacefully. A fine for non-payment can always be dismissed. But you've got your hands too deep in the cookie jar.
The double score.
I'm telling you, it's definitely a precursor artifact. Kashif gestured toward the screen, nearly knocking his coffee mug off the edge of the console on the way. Clay looked at his friend, with undisguised skepticism. And you drew this ingenious conclusion based on some spot on the screen and dubious archival data from 200 years ago? Sure thing, we could use some income, but they don't usually pay for fantasies. Unless you want to write a novel. I don't like the prospect of killing a few weeks and burning a lot of fuel chasing ghosts. Kashif's black eyes glittered resentfully. Look, have I ever let you down? I'm telling you, there's something out there. Let me think about it. Clay scratched the back of his head defiantly. What about when you talked me into buying a supposedly cheap batch of Angorian clothworms? You claimed we could easily sell them to farmers in the 3 orbitals, and by the time we got there, the clothworms would be nesting, and we'd still have plenty of rainbow silk to sell. Only all of the clothworms turned out to be sterilized males and died on the way to the 3 orbitals without weaving a single nest. I just miscalculated the supplier, Kashif said with a frown. It was a perfectly workable scheme. Suppose so. What happened to the supposedly wrongly decommissioned power cells on Tamil Crown, or that contract to transport the colonists to... Okay, I agree. Kashif gave an unexpectedly good-natured nod of his head. Everyone has their bad moments. But this time, I'm absolutely sure we found something worthwhile. An unknown precursor artifact isn't some petty contraband. We have a chance to make a double score without risking anything. No risk, huh? Remember what happened to Sorensen and the Rocinante crew on Jericho? Kashif finally lost his temper. At least I'm offering something, he said irritably. In case you've forgotten, we have more debts than there are stars in the galaxy. If all will go the way it goes now, we'll pay it off by the time the universe dies of heat. Do you have any better suggestions? Clay sighed. There was no arguing against the harsh reality. They really were on the verge of total bankruptcy. All right. Tell me what you've dug up. I'll calculate the jump chain to that treasure of yours. The story that Kashif had dug up in the archives of the long-defunct Hyades Techno-Union was indeed thought-provoking. At the height of its prosperity, the Techno-Union included about 150 star systems in its sphere of influence, actively traded, interacted, and occasionally even fought, with a good 200 more. During one of the conflicts between the Techno-Union and the neighboring Kang Empire, Temadal Saognath, a free trader with a privateer's license, became especially famous. Those privateers, numbered in thousands, represented the main military force of the Techno-Union. The Imperials occupied the planets of the Techno-Union, lost forces when storming the powerful orbital forts that covered these planets, and unsuccessfully chased the few Techno-Union military fleet, while privateers, like a pack of piranhas, wreaked havoc and destruction throughout the space controlled by the Imperials. Individual support ships, transports, supply bases, small garrisons on occupied planets, and even small caravans fell victim to them. The privateers were not too rampant. Captured Imperial subjects were either sent to internment camps or eventually exchanged for captured Techno-Union citizens. But it didn't make the Imperials feel any better. Eventually, the Empire gave up. Its extremely centralized machine was too big and clumsy to react to the countless bites of the privateers. The Imperials retreated into their borders and signed a compromising treaty with the Techno-Union. After another 100 years or so, both the Techno-Union and the Empire ceased to exist, having been transformed into other interstellar entities, and the history of their conflict settled into dust in the archives. The story of Temed al-Saugnath that Kashif unearthed in those archives was quite remarkable. While the other privateers could be compared to piranhas, Saugnath was a true shark. The most amazing thing was that he seemed to be able to strike the Imperials almost simultaneously in several places at once, sometimes tens or even hundreds of light years away. Even modern jump engines couldn't reach such speeds, still dependent on multiple nodes that took a long time to travel between. Typical wartime legend, Clay shrugged. Carefully fed by propaganda on the one hand, and panic rumors on the other. I don't see where we'll get a lot of bang for our buck here. On the surface, yes, Kashif agreed. But I managed to dig up something more interesting than news headlines and public reports. In the databases of the Antral Conclave, and its planets were once part of the Techno-Union, I found one encoded packet of files. It took a while to crack it, and you know what was in it? Clay shrugged. When Kashif got to ride his favorite horse, there was no stopping him. The only thing to do was play along. A secret Techno-Union intelligence dossier on Saugnath himself. It turns out that this guy's actions raised a lot of questions among his compatriots as well, not in terms of their justification or effectiveness, but how he could pull it off. So they didn't know what the secret of this elusive pirate was? A privateer, Clay, a privateer. Though I agree, the difference just depends on the point of view. Well, yeah. They were awfully keen to get their hands on his engines or whatever he had installed. And did they? Did it work? Kashif shook his head. No, of course not. Otherwise, I don't think we'd be dragging through hundreds of nodes for a second week. The Techno-Union preferred not to stash the profitable discoveries in their chests, but to trade them for maximum profit. It ended with Saugnath dying in another skirmish. True. There are certain contradictions in this story. According to the Empire, Saugnath died 3 times in different skirmishes. And the data is solidly confirmed with copies of scanners' readings, Saugnath's decoded conversations, and even video footage. Of which it's good if at least one is authentic. It's a familiar story. Declare the insidious enemy dead and blame the rest on the doppelgangers. Most likely, Kashif nodded, but I discovered something that neither the Imperials nor Techno-Union intelligence could figure out. I found the place where Saugnath acquired his unique abilities, and that's where we're headed now. The Talfat system never interested anyone because it had no planets. A binary red and brown dwarf star with a surprisingly large asteroid belt. Even the fact that someone honored it with the actual name instead of the boring numbers and letters in the catalog was surprising. From what Kashif had been able to dig up, Temed al-Saugnath had been the first person to visit Talfat. The logbook of the Moang, Saugnath's ship, was not preserved, but the records of the Techno-Union trading station, where Saugnath regularly visited to resupply, showed that the ship had experienced some sort of malfunction, which had forced it to temporarily drop out of jump mode just inside the Talfat system. At that point, the war was in its 2nd year, and Saugnath had been involved from the beginning but hadn't really stood out. However, almost immediately after his visit to Talfat, he quickly became a legend. What makes you think it was in this system that he found his magic secret? Clay asked. The old habit of skepticism about Kashif's discoveries was breaking through. I realize the evidence is purely circumstantial and not very reliable, given how much time has passed, Kashif said. But I finally found something else. Oh yes, I forgot. Your amazing blur on the ancient stereo image. It's not just a smudge. It's an authentic image that one of the Moang crew accidentally attached to a personal email shortly after visiting the system. The one I showed you is indeed very poor quality, but I found another copy, Look. A picture of the double-star Telfat appeared on the main screen in the control room. The blurry dark spot that had obscured the stars within, Clay mentally zoomed in. A few astronomical units of the red dwarf, the system's main star, was now visible in great detail. Clay whistled. Wow, if this isn't a fake, then... Kashif grinned triumphantly. The structure could be called an artificial planet if it had at least some remote resemblance to the spheroid. However, it looked more like a parabolic antenna bowl, about the diameter of Mars. Even Clay immediately recognized the typical precursor design by its distinctive dark metal and many obscure protruding parts of mysterious purpose. Looks like they might actually pull off a double score this time. I'm pretty sure that's the landing pad, Kashif said, pointing to an ample, relatively flat space in the center of the giant bowl. That's probably where Saognath landed. Look, it's like there are entrances to the interior around the edges. Imagine how big they are if you can see them even at this scale. In reality, the precursors' structure was even more impressive. They were slowly approaching it on maneuvering thrusters. Clay still couldn't quite believe that one of Kashif's crazy ideas had finally turned out to be true. Moreover, it was probably one of his craziest ideas. However, even despite the shocking discovery, Clay could not part with the skeptical, rational half of his character. Just because Saognath found something here doesn't mean we'll find it here too. First of all, how do we know? Maybe he took the only engine out of here, or whatever it was. Second, it's a damn big object. This thing is actually the size of a planet. You could search this place till the world's end and find nothing. By the way, I did some math, and it turns out it's almost a perfect paraboloid. Could it really be some kind of super antenna of the precursors? Kashif asked. And why would it be that big? To send messages to the neighboring universe? Clay sneered. Look, we're about to enter its focus. Are you sure that's a good idea? We don't know what this thing is or how it works. Maybe we should change course a little. Kashif waved it away. Come on, Clay. Everyone knows perfectly well that the precursors didn't build weapons, and most of their artifacts don't work at all. I'm pretty sure that the universe ended. First came the light, dim, through closed eyelids. Then sound, the whirring of servo motors, the rustle of ventilation, the hum of electronics, someone's heavy breathing. Finally, the heaviness of limbs. Clay groaned, realized the heavy breathing was his own, and opened his eyes. He didn't know what he'd expected to see. The mess in the cabin, the unfamiliar surroundings, or something else. But the picture that came to his eyes was completely ordinary. The lights were lit with a steady, slightly yellow glow. The data streams were tickling on the control screens, the indicators on the control panel were gleaming, and Kashif was sitting on the floor, looking around with a dazed look. What was that? He asked. I kind of blacked out. It was like the lights in my head had been turned off. Clay shook his head and stood up. So did I. It looks like your precursor dish that didn't work hit us with something, just as we were coming into the paraboloid's focus. Did you turn off the screen? Kashif shrugged. I don't remember. Maybe I accidentally hit a button when I blacked out. Clay pressed a few keys, and the large screen reappeared with the image of the external cameras. Both astronauts stared at the sight before them. It can't be, Kashif finally said, stunned, as Clay frantically flicked switches on the console and typed commands. It can't be? Clay pressed enter one last time, read another batch of data from another display, and sank tiredly into the pilot's chair. Well, you're wrong, he said. It's not a hallucination or an optical illusion, but I don't know how is that possible. On the screen, was a large, roughly cylindrical ship covered with a fringe of antennas and service superstructures. According to the instruments, it drifted slowly toward the giant paraboloid at exactly the same speed as the ship Kashif and Clay were on. The mass, the energy pattern, and even the cladding's coloring matched. They were looking at their own ship from the outside. The call light on the console flashed desperately. A short-range connection. Clay glanced over to Kashif. "Don't answer it," Kashif exclaimed, almost pleadingly. But Clay pressed the key. Another copy appeared on the video link screen. It showed the cockpit, the control panel, and two chairs, with a man sitting in one and another standing behind him, looking directly into the screen. Clay and Kashif. "Let's not waste time with oohs and ahs," Kashif too said. "From the look of you, you woke up late and haven't had time to think yet, so I'll save you the time and energy. This is not a hallucination, nor is it fake. We now have the answer to how Seognath was able to be in multiple places at the same time. It's straightforward, he really was there. It's not hard to do when you and your ship exist in multiple instances at once, hence the several confirmed reports of the Moang's destruction." Clay's mind raced, searching for another rational explanation, but he shattered at the realization that the words the Kashif doppelganger had just spoken were the most rational explanation. The precursor artifact turned out to be a duplicator, quite a working one, as they had just witnessed. "The artifact worked when we entered its focus," Kashif once said. Clay thought he gathered himself pretty quickly. His partner had always had a flexible mind. "Apparently, we blacked out when it started scanning the original. Then he put our copy, you, back together, and we came to our senses." "That depends," Kashif too said from the screen. "What makes you think you're the originals? Just because you woke up later? Maybe that's just a sign of the copy loading? Both ships are equidistant from the focus." "But we remember very well that we were here first," Clay said. "So do we," Clay too answered him. "That makes sense. An exact replica would have the full memory of the original. But how do you tell who is the original and who is the copy?" "I don't think that's the most pressing question," Clay too said. Clay was surprised, but quickly realized it wasn't a mind reading. If they're identical, their minds should flow in roughly the same direction, at least until they've had different life experiences. The same goes for how we will divide future profits. The thing is, something is going on in the focus. It looks like a new ship is about to materialize there. Clay swiftly pressed a few buttons, directing the cameras to the focus of the paraboloid where, until a few minutes ago, their own ship had been, back then, the only ship. The space there rippled, swirling like boiling water in a pot. It was like an accelerated shot of crystal growth in a saturated solution. Clay grimaced at the thought of what he should say to the already third version of himself. However, at that moment, Kashif, Clay couldn't make out which one, the one next to him or his copy from the second ship, exclaimed, "It's not. It's the other one." Indeed, instead of the old and honest transport that Clay and Kashif owned, something else was gradually drawing out of the spatial vortex. This ship was 1.5 times larger and looked completely different. Predatory pointed features, most of the antennas hidden under powerful covers, massive spiky growths in the central part and on the stern, suspiciously looking like missile and gun installations. "Shit, it's the Moang." An exclamation burst out almost simultaneously from all four of them. The legendary Techno-Union privateer had finally floated out of the artifact's focal point and slowly drifted behind the first two ships. Clay too typed desperately on the terminal. "He isn't answering the calls." Clay didn't even bother to check his doppelganger's words. He stared at the Moang, whose turrets had armored gun port flaps sliding upward, revealing the multifaceted plasma gun mouths braided with dispersal coils. The second ship on the other half of the screen twitched and began to pick up speed, moving away from the artifact. The Moang's turrets twitched in its wake. "We'll try to distract him," shouted Kashif 2 from the screen. "Try to break through to the focus. It's yours. Ours. Whatever. It's our only chance to get away from him. For any of us." The image suddenly went black as the Moang fired the first salvo at the fleeing ship. "But why is he attacking?" Clay asked confusedly to Kashif, who was already putting the engines into afterburner mode and turning the ship around. "The war ended 200 years ago." "Not for him," said Kashif. "But what does that have to do with us?" Kashif tossed him a stack of old blueprints instead of answering. Clay cast just one glance at them and went cold with horror. Designers are conservative people. Once they find a good technical solution, they stick to it until it becomes obsolete. Strictly speaking, when it comes to spaceships, it makes sense to change only the stuffing, and the shape of the hull is not so important as long as it's practical and economical to build. In the Kang Empire, economy and practicality were highly valued. So much so that the cylindrical shape they had developed for transport ships was still the most popular with most shipbuilders in the next 8 sectors of the galaxy. Exactly like Clay and Kashif's ship. They were almost there in time, but the Moang also almost made it. At the very last moment before the universe vanished, Clay suddenly wondered, where had an asteroid belt come from in a system that had clearly never had planets?
Free places not to visit when you're dead.
The first time is always the most painful. So they say. Though frankly, I've long since forgotten what it was like for me the first time. On the other hand, even if it's the 1,000th time, it's always unpleasant to be resurrected. It's funny. People used to think the most unpleasant thing was dying, but they reasoned about it back in the days when no one could check it. Strange, sparkling, impetuous times when everyone was trapped on a single planet. Not at all like the things are working now. Of course, the initiative to go on this cruise was Esmeralda's. It's not that I wasn't interested in the wonders of our galaxy. No. I was not averse to seeing the crystal rainbow sunsets of Cristobal II or the migration of misty leviathans in the upper layers of the Big Five gas giants. But the very idea of this cruise struck me as kind of frantic. Not contrived, though, not by any means, and not frivolous. Not at all. It was just that when I thought about the fact that there would be a lot of people on the liner, besides Esmeralda and me, I felt a little uneasy. I didn't really need them at that point. What the hell do I need all this crowd with its joys and sorrows? Though hardly anyone would be so hopelessly sorrowful in the most expensive and exotic cruise of the galaxy. When Esmeralda is next to me, I thought. Naturally, it didn't occur to me to hide these thoughts from Esmeralda. I had laid it all out for her as soon as she first suggested we go on a cruise. We had rented a room in one of the megacities of the ring world of the Merry Snake at that time, and my reaction had even made the transparent window membranes of the living house we inhabited twitch and blur. They were very sensitive to emotion, and I had resorted to rather harsh language with my refusal. "Easy, darling," Esmeralda said then, smiling with only the corners of her mouth, but as dazzlingly as only she could. Reaching out to the window, she gently stroked the membrane. The window immediately shuttered, relaxed, and regained transparency, flooding the room with a soft beige light. In the evening light, the dendrolymph that flowed in the thin vessels of the membrane glowed gold. We won't have to pay any attention to all these people. We can stay in our quarters while the liner is on the move, and we could take personalized tours at the stops. She sat on the edge of the bed, looking into my eyes. Imagine, just you, me, and all the beauty of the galaxy, and no one else around. It's hard to believe, but I didn't agree even then. Maybe it was the pride I'd built up over a lifetime, or stupidity. But I still said I would think it over, though somewhere in my mind, I realized I couldn't refuse. And what could I offer for another option? The most vivid experience in my biography was the meeting and relationship with Esmeralda. And against this background, I could not think of anything else. We first met on the Acheron, which, as you can imagine, is not the best place to start a romantic relationship. I was off for vacation after a long and arduous trip to a planet whose inhabitants had spent the last few decades devoting their efforts to mutual destruction. The Federation's External Affairs Department, I wish I could look into the eyes of the idiot who called the intelligence service that, had decided that even though the planet wasn't part of the Federation, it was not right for us to tolerate such an outrageous situation. As usual, it was ordinary operatives like me who had to deal with these good intentions. Well, maybe not so ordinary, but excellent operatives. But I still ended up on Acheron after several years of exhausting work. Of course, I had an advantage over probably 80% of the people who ended up there. Experience is almost always an advantage, no matter what we're talking about. And believe me, I've had plenty of it in my career. Usually, I could easily find others like me among the stream of returnees, and we kept each other company in the queue for the portals. It's all about the expression of our faces, and especially our eyes. There is something in the eyes of someone who has been to Acheron more than once, something you don't see in first-timers or, even more so, in the originals. But this time, I found no one. That is, no one like me. But I found Esmeralda. After that, any search made no sense to me. She shone among the crowd like a sun among the dim candles, and when the sun's rays touched me, I was drawn to her with an irresistible force. From that moment on, we were never apart for a day. And sure enough, the following day after that mild argument in the live-in, I said that a cruise would be an excellent idea. I never asked Esmeralda about her life before Acheron. Of course, such inquiries are considered bad manners everywhere, but politeness, as they say, is socially approved but voluntary. Moreover, in my line of work, you don't indulge much about what others think about your manners. Normally, I didn't, but meeting Esmeralda changed that. All external affairs operatives are entitled to an automatic 6-month paid vacation after a field assignment that ends on Acheron, a sacredly honored external affairs tradition. No matter how much experience you gain, going through Acheron still leaves a stamp on your soul, and when you already barely have a spare space for new stamps down there, you need to take a little time off. My colleagues spent this vacation in different ways. Some spent their vacations in the best gambling houses and resorts in the galaxy. Others, on the contrary, secluded themselves in the wilderness, in a hut built on a planet with a population of 100 people. Everyone had his own way of restoring mental strength. I was an original. I studied. Of course, you can't become a bachelor in 6 months. Still, at any good university, you can become a free student for a certain amount of money and listen to a course or two of lectures on the peculiarities of the economic system of the 8 clone planets of the Sengoya system, or on the social structure of the wave makers living in migrating dust and gas nebulae. I did not get into physics, ultramathematics, and other exact sciences. There was too little time to master at least the beginnings necessary to come close to understanding the basics. Biology and social sciences were just fine. But this time, things were going the other way. A few days after we departed from Acheron, I realized that I no longer needed to immerse myself in the atmosphere of venerable educational institutions, where the stately calm of ancient classrooms blended surprisingly well with the indomitable energy of young students. I was fueled by both, including even the slanted glances of those who recognized me as someone who had returned from Acheron. Anything would do to make me feel alive again. It was different with Esmeralda. Not only did she not need to be restored, but on the contrary, she radiated the very essence that Acheron usually had taken away, and sometimes irrevocably, from everybody. That very first day, when we had just exited the portal to one of the inner worlds, Esmeralda took both my hands and turned to me. I tried to look away, but I couldn't. "Is something wrong?" she asked, looking into my eyes, which I knew for a fact were no more expressive than cold glass. "Gabe, what's wrong? Why are you being so different? Aren't you glad you're back?" Glad to be back on Acheron. It just didn't make sense to me. If it had been anyone else, I would have thought it was a pitiful attempt at humor. But it was Esmeralda. What could I say to her? Nothing. I stood there silent and dumb, staring into her anxious yet radiant eyes, trying to find that mysterious place in my mind where thoughts were supposed to be born. I stood there until Esmeralda's gaze penetrated the very depths of my soul, which I had never believed in and still don't. I don't know how to describe it, but I suddenly felt that I no longer needed to escape to yet another repository of human wisdom to scoop up a teaspoonful of meaning of life. Usually, the originals try to avoid those who have returned from Acheron. We remind them of a central feature of the universe, one that no human being, star, galaxy, or lone photon hurtling through the intergalactic void can escape. We remind them of the inevitable. Sometimes, I try to imagine what those who lived before Acheron entered our existence thought, and how the world around them felt. Were they all like Esmeralda? Or did they still feel that icy breath of inevitability, but carelessly brushed it away because there weren't billions of walking reminders looming in front of them? The first month I spent with Esmeralda is hardly imprinted on my memory. My salary and bonus for a successfully completed mission, that planet was eventually reconciled and brought into the Federation of Acheron, were more than enough for a comfortable life for two. I don't know if Esmeralda had any savings of her own. We never discussed it, nor did I care. I wish I could say I wouldn't let her spend a dime, but that's not true. I'd let her do anything. We lived on one of the inner circle worlds, but not in one of the standard hotels for returnees. Esmeralda found us a lovely little apartment on the outskirts of a large city, one of the areas where the local originals lived. Our landlady, unfortunately I don't remember her name because in those days there was only one name for me, Esmeralda, was the sweetest woman. I don't know whether it was her spirit, natural cheerfulness, or just a habit. After all, she worked as a receptionist in a huge hotel complex for returnees. Still, I didn't feel the usual aloofness in her gaze and attempts to instantly erect a barrier to shut herself off. This was true not only for Esmeralda. I still can't imagine anyone wanting to shut her out, but also for me. The landlady was noticeably older than Esmeralda, but even despite this difference between them, they had something to cheerfully chat about, some women's happy small talk, which I did not really understand. Not that I really wanted to. I just sat in a corner and listened to their conversation gently flowing over the surface of my consciousness like a clear, cool spring. And then the night would come, a magical, crazy, mysterious, healing night when Esmeralda and I were alone in the cozy little bedroom. When it was time to move on, We hadn't planned anything. We just realized it was time. We said goodbye to our hostess and took a gyro taxi to the nearest portal. We didn't promise to return. Both she and we knew that even if we did, it wouldn't really be us anymore, or not us at all. Going to Mary Snake was my idea. It seemed to me that after the peace and quiet, it would be good for us to dive into something bright and frenetic, buzzing with life and energy. Esmeralda confessed that she had never been to the ring world, but had always dreamed of looking at it from at least the corner of her eye. This was perhaps her biggest revelation about the past before Acheron. Naturally, I immediately booked tickets there. You couldn't get to Mary Snake through the portal system. The ring world was located in a spatial anomaly that didn't allow for a reliable instant travel network. Or maybe they just decided to add the need to get there by liner as an extra exotic feature. If so, they got what they wanted. I think it was at the moment of our arrival on the Mary Snake that Esmeralda first thought of cruising. A fateful thought that ultimately changed everything, but that came later. Jump ships usually came out of subspace within a few astronomical units of the ring world, and the entire Mary Snake was instantly visible to the crowded passengers. A huge shining jewel, a giant wedding ring worn by the local sun. The sight was impressive even to me, though it was far from the first time I had seen it. Esmeralda, on the other hand, was simply enchanted. I still suspected that she had spent all or most of her life, before Acheron, on some provincial, quiet planet where people lived carefree and peaceful lives, content with the simple pleasures of everyday life, and rarely venturing outside their familiar surroundings. But that was just a guess, and now it's too late. On the Mary Snake, I began to come around a bit. Not that the euphoria of the first month of my life with Esmeralda had dissipated. Instead, it was just that my rational thinking finally learned to break through the ocean of boundless happiness. Mary Snake is a very cosmopolitan place. You can meet anyone there. Originals, newcomers, returnees, outsiders from the independent worlds, and even non-humanoids from the outlands. No one gets much attention there, and even those who weren't initially prepared for such a kaleidoscope quickly get used to ignoring even the most surprising company. I'd been there more than once, but I hadn't been too attracted to the ostentatious idleness of the place before, especially since I still unmistakably saw others like me in the crowd. Those who had passed through Acheron more than a dozen times, and each such encounter acted on me like a plunge into the icy waters of reality. The carefree atmosphere of the Mary Snake immediately began to seem to me only an iridescent shell of a soap bubble, below which, under a large layer of ringing emptiness, lies the lifeless gray concrete. It was only when I got to the ring world with Esmeralda that I could finally, at least partially, understand those who live on this iridescent shell. Now, I think maybe that's why I hesitated at first when Esmeralda said she wanted to go on a transgalactic cruise. For the first time in many cycles, I could finally feel attached to a place and taste the long-forgotten pleasure of existence, and something in me fiercely resisted the idea of leaving it. But when I tried to object again, after the time for reflection I had haggled over, I saw a gleam of some strange expression in her eyes for the first time, such as I had never seen on her face until then. And that expression, that fleeting dark spark, frightened me enough that I instantly gave up. A week later, we were already aboard a cruise ship. I won't describe all the places we visited in 3 months. You can explore them perfectly without my clumsy story. Just take an advertising booklet of any cruise company, or watch one of the stereo movies that these companies show for free on their channels. You'll get as complete an idea of the wonders and beauties of the galaxy as you can without a personal visit, especially as they are now increasingly merging in my mind into a continuous, meaningless, colorful carousel. All but two. Those will never be erased from my memory. 2 weeks later, our liner stopped in the Forgotten Temple system. Not the most famous attraction, I agree, but it was practically on the liner's route anyway, so why not take a peek? Honestly, I wasn't too keen on wasting time on this system. The thing is, I'd been here once before. Alas, for work. Which, as usual, ended with Acheron. Of course, all the temples, or rather, whole huge orbital cities, built when different religious organizations, had been thoroughly checked since then, and these checks were now regular. There were no portals in this system either, and external affairs agents like me were dropped into the system on government courier ships. But back then, many years ago, I couldn't even tell you exactly how many. Frequent communication with Acheron gradually erases the sense of time. Everything here was far from so rank and noble. Back then, a sect had settled here that considered Acheron the spawn of evil and was looking for a way to avoid communicating with it after what would inevitably happen to all of us. The way they sought was, of course, practical. While they experimented on each other, they managed to keep things quiet, but as time went on, they grew desperate. Their followers stopped coming back after Acheron, and then the remaining ones started kidnapping people and experimenting on them. Naturally, all this soon became known to the external affairs, and a group of operatives were sent to the Forgotten Temples. Me and my colleagues. Naturally, Esmeralda talked me into it this time as well. The only thing I was able to do was to book a tour to the Temple of All Salvation, a relatively small station in near solar orbit that had been empty for nearly 1,000 years and had not been fully restored. I found the combination safe enough. "What does safety have to do with it, honey?" Esmeralda asked me. "I thought the Federation was one of the safest places in the universe, certainly in the galaxy. That's not what I'm interested in." "What is it then?" I asked. I wasn't surprised at all. Esmeralda looked thoughtfully at the local sun, a G2 class star. Dimmed by reliable light filters, of course. The Temple of All Salvation had to be out there somewhere. But the little dot of the orbital station was completely lost against the sea of fire. "It's a very ancient temple, isn't it?" she said, suddenly serious. So much so that the needle of worry pricked me again. "Older than the Federation itself." She waited for my nod and continued. "I really want to feel how people lived back then, what it was like. We can't understand it now, but I want to try." I was almost afraid to meet her gaze, but when we did, it was Esmeralda. My beautiful and sunny Esmeralda. 99.5%. What's a 0.5%, I thought at the time. I guess it wasn't a well-considered thought. In fact, I liked the station myself. Naturally, the travel agency made sure that the temple looked decent. The dust had been cleaned up, and the metal surfaces had been cleaned a little. Not too much so that they didn't shine like new, but I knew where to look and what to notice. Ancient altars, the stern and ascetic faces of forgotten saints and gods, the fanciful writing that adorned the walls and images. None of us knew the language, but the letters smelled of austere solemnity. Skipping the guided tour, we just wandered a little on our own through the corridors and halls of the temple, soaking up the station's atmosphere. I kept looking at Esmeralda and saw that she was completely absorbed by the spectacle. I was pleased, and at the same time a little dismayed, that she was so engrossed in this sarcophagus of long-dead beliefs and ideas. Nevertheless, The 3 hours flew by almost unnoticed. We were sitting in the shuttle, sipping fine wine from the cloud gardens of Sadu 4 and discussing what we had seen, when Esmeralda suddenly stopped talking, turned away, and said quietly, "Gabe, don't you think we're thieves?" I must admit, I was confused. Huh? It wasn't the smartest answer, but it was the only one I could come up with. "Thieves," Esmeralda said patiently. "We stole everything from these people. Yes, their religion was amusing and even ridiculous. Who could believe in any gods once you'd start traveling in the galaxy? But they were honest. They knew exactly where they were. What about us? I think we lost that knowledge a long time ago." I mumbled something unintelligible about the philosophical significance of ancient religions and their essential place in Federation culture, but Esmeralda only shook her head. A strange smile played on her lips, piercing through me and staying in a place in my soul that I hadn't even realized was there until now. I didn't yet know that things would soon change, or didn't want to know. We arrived at Gehenna around the 40th day of the cruise, a huge planet with a surprisingly low gravity for its size, so close to the sun that its surface is perpetually alternating between searing heat and cosmic cold. The biggest wonder of this planet was a strange migrating biosphere chasing the narrow terminator zone, the only habitable area. You say it's impossible. There can't be a planet so large and so slowly rotating that such a system could exist. You're probably right, but we did land on Gehenna. As usual, the cruise company provided several sightseeing options. It was possible to join a general tour with experienced guides who talked about the unique biosphere of the planet, about the vagaries of evolution and whatnot. Of course, we chose another option. Tourists were not allowed to go to Gehenna alone, but it was possible to take a small shuttle for two. It was as automated as possible, so even a child could handle it. The shuttle had a spacious cabin and a great bar with a large selection of various drinks and stimulants. There was everything to enjoy. A picnic for two on one of the most unique planets in the galaxy. We had a wonderful 2 hours admiring the incredible beauty of the sunrise. It was still a long way from the Terminator line, but the sun of Gehenna was already making itself known, coloring the blue sky in the most piercing shades of scarlet and orange. The last giant creepers, spherical moving plants, had rolled past us about 20 minutes ago. Most plants and animals constantly moved to stay within the Terminator zone, but some remained. Plants that had already produced seeds and old animals that had already produced offspring. "Amazing," Esmeralda said, looking around at the landscape of doomed life. It would all die, burn up in just a few hours, forever. Crumble into ashes from which there would be no return. Not through Acheron. No way. So scary and so mesmerizing. "Actually, it's like that everywhere," I said. "Remember, only the intelligent beings return to Acheron." Esmeralda nodded slightly. "I know," she said, "but here it's so obvious, so honest." Since that visit to the ancient dead temple, she'd returned to the subject more than once, which made me more uneasy. I was afraid to find out where she was going with this, but I was even more afraid to suggest that we cut the cruise short, especially since I had nothing to offer her in return. "Don't frown so much, sweetheart," she said when she saw my face and kissed me lightly. "That expression doesn't suit you at all, Gabriel. It's so professional. I don't want you to feel professional with me. You know we have a big date tonight, right?" I must have looked really stupid, frantically trying to figure out what she meant. We'd only known each other for about 3 months. Esmeralda walked to the bar and poured a light sunseed tonic from a Gartha 5 into 2 crystal glasses. "We have a very important date today," she said, holding out one glass to me. "Today is 97 days since we first met, and I am very grateful to you for every second of these days we have spent together. I'm so happy we met." We clinked glasses and drank. It was so Esmeralda-esque that I didn't suspect a thing. I can't forgive myself for being so stupid. It took 6 men and a triple dose of heavy-duty tranquilizer to calm me aboard a cruise ship. Later, when I had already stopped screaming incessantly and beating in the power grabs on the bed in the medical section, the head of security showed me pictures of the devastation, which I made, breaking through to the shuttle hangar. "You've put up quite a fight," he said with poorly concealed admiration. He sounded like the fisherman admiring a strong fish that had resisted long enough before being pulled up. I said nothing. I didn't want to please him with stupid comments, especially since I didn't have any. No comments, no thoughts, no emotion, no life. Nothing. That dark day, I woke up on the liner. The stewards dragged me asleep out of the shuttle and carried me to the cabin. When I woke up in my our cabin and did not find Esmeralda there, I thought at first that she had just gone for a walk to let me sleep in peace. I didn't even realize that I had fallen asleep on Gehenna, and that I had absolutely no memory of that moment. The most unlucky of all was the travel agent who came to tell me that Esmeralda had decided to stay on Gehenna. The head of security said the poor guy would have to spend at least a month in a regeneration capsule. Several fractures, concussion. I promised to apologize. Maybe. Of course, it was all for nothing on my part. She was very precise in her calculations. By the time the shuttle had returned in automatic mode to the liner, the Terminator line had already been half an hour beyond the spot where she'd been waiting for it. So there was no point in my trying to hijack the shuttle and return to Gehenna to get her. Not all of the liner's crew was made up of returnees. I could see it in their eyes. But all of them were clearly perplexed as to why I was getting so riled up. Someone, I think it was the chief passenger manager, obviously the most experienced in terms of dealing with difficult customers, even came to me to explain that completing another cycle on Gehenna is a fairly common practice, and that the tour company, while not welcoming this choice of clients, fully respects it. He would personally see to it that all the paperwork was done properly, so I had absolutely nothing to worry about. At that moment, he finally met my eyes. He choked up, muttered an unintelligible apology, and then corkscrewed out of the sickbay. I promised myself not to look for him when I was finally released. After all, it wasn't his fault. Or rather, it wasn't his fault any more than it was all of ours. It was later that I discovered Esmeralda had left me a note. Just one word. Thieves. I shot myself just half an hour after I tendered my resignation from external affairs. The first time is always the most painful, so they say. But with time, all pain is dulled. It's a characteristic of the dead, the small minority of the living, those who have not yet visited Acheron, we call them originals, are not so inclined to believe us. But it is true. Mankind reached the interstellar expanse before the age of Acheron, but only the dead managed to truly explore the galaxy. And even for us, it took centuries, too long to remember the price we had to pay. The vast black-mirrored surface of Acheron stared at me indifferently, with the monstrous eye of a cruel deity whose name was eternity. I don't know how many days I spent here on the shore. After returning to the world, We diligently create the appearance of a familiar life. It is believed that this is done to maintain civilization, and not to bother the originals, although they know and understand everything perfectly well. But in reality, we are dead. We don't need food or sleep or anything else. It's all just habits, carefully cultivated after each return. That's what the hotel worlds of the inner circle made for, and we only do it for ourselves, to somehow fill the void we've become. Day after day, hour after hour, minute after minute, I sit on a small hill by the shores of Acheron and watch human figures rise and come ashore from the black, silent ocean, shaking off the splashes of nothingness. There are 3 places where the dead are forbidden to go. These places cannot be reached by a portal network or an interstellar ship because they were once inside us, but we have long since forgotten the way to them. These places were once called hope, love, and dreams. Acheron stole those places from us and replaced them with emptiness. Or we stole them from ourselves, making a deal with Acheron and then blaming it on him. Thieves. Silent, indifferent ranks walk past me toward the portals, looking at me with blank stares. I stare back at them, even though I know it's stupid. Of course, there's always the chance that Acheron will return a person with a delay. It happens. It's even happened to me before. I still haven't figured out who or what Esmeralda was, but with some deep dead man's sense, the little piece of soul we still have left, I know that there will be no repeat, and that my vigorous pilgrimage here on the shores of the Acheron is utterly pointless. I know that even if I meet her here, it won't be her, and I won't meet her, because we broke a cardinal rule. We have visited 3 places that dead people are not allowed to visit, and the punishment is not being able to go back. Ever.
Focal point.
To tell you the truth, this place gives me the creeps. It's not a good thing they've started all this mess, man. I'm telling you, it's not a good thing. Ian looked at Vaslov in surprise. The old pilot had never been known for the tendency for superstition. Most spacemen had fallen into one of the extremes over time. Either they'd grown many superstitions, like the ancient sailors, or, on the contrary, they'd become ironclad rationalists with a tendency towards stoic fatalism. Until now, Jan had assumed that Vaslov had gone the second way, but now it looked otherwise. However, the Aleph object made the most unexpected impression on many people. On the one hand, its purpose as a library or data storage was considered more or less reliably established. On the other hand, even humans, or any other races of the galactic community, being technically inferior to the precursors, would not need to build an artificial planetoid even for the sake of stuffing into it. In addition to scientific data, all the literature and other works of art accumulated over several thousand years. In digitized form, of course. A block of crystal memory, the size of a dozen cubic meters, would be enough. Deciphering the data from the precursor's database would be an outstanding achievement. Unfortunately, the scientists could not even figure out how to retrieve the data from the drives. Sometimes, Ian wondered why they were so sure they were memory drives, not air fresheners or automatic toasters. So far, the scientists haven't even been able to turn them on. "What are you being paranoid about?" Ian said, looking at the Aleph object slowly zooming in on the view screen. The gray spheroid, with a surface that looked like it was made of shreds of metal, was like a giant tennis ball for Frankenstein's space monster. Scientists have been poking around almost since the discovery, and the strangest thing they've had happen so far is a 5-pack of beer going missing. Anyway, we're just cabbies, so if any of the eggheads end up bored out of their minds, it's our job to just wrap them up in a sheet and bring them back. Vaslov shook his head. His hair, though already half-gray, as if in contrast to Ian's remark about the eggheads, showed no hint of thinning. "That's the problem," he said. "Nobody knows what this thing is or what it does. What if it's slowly influencing all the people here somehow? You know, there's a 2-year waiting list to come to this place, and that scares me." It was true. For several years of its existence, the scientific station on Aleph had become a place of pilgrimage for all the world's scientists. Even those whose specialty did not seem to be directly related to the study of artifacts of the precursors, such as biologists or linguists, were eager to come here. Among the scientific community, Aleph was firmly established as a place to work at. Scientific articles and monographs flowed from the station, and scientists returned with finished dissertations, like gold miners of the old days from rich mines. The station's population had already exceeded 150 people, and grants from various foundations and governments were flowing. Even with this trip, Václav and Ian, in addition to food and equipment, brought 10 scientists to the station, including the famous mathematician Kojo Okinkwa, a 3-time winner of the Abel Prize. Ian sighed. "You're just tired. You need some rest. Stretch your legs, change of scenery. We'll be moored at Aleph for a week. Why don't you take a walk around the station for a change? I do it every time, and as you can see, it does me only well." Václav opened his mouth to pour out his usual stream of excuses and gloomy predictions, but suddenly, a thought flashed across his face, and he squinted and nodded instead of answering. Ian wasn't sure that was exactly what he wanted. His partner was obviously up to something, but asking what was on his mind was useless. The old pilot wouldn't say a word. All right, at least Václav would finally crawl out of the familiar shell of the ship. What can possibly go wrong with that? In a few years and dozens of cargo trips of Hawking and other ships, the scientific station on Aleph had, in a sense, even lost a bit of the romantic spirit of the scientific frontier and was becoming more and more like a standard research facility on Earth or somewhere within the solar system. The precursor metal from which Aleph was built, seemingly ordinary steel, but with changes at the subatomic level not quite understandable to Earth science, from which a simple alloy of iron with carbon became an indestructible substance, capable of withstanding billions of years, was hidden under standard plastic cladding panels. Lighting, air conditioning systems, everything was getting close to the comfortable conditions to which scientists at home were accustomed. The station even acquired its own hydroponic farms. However, it wasn't enough to provide at least 1/3 of the staff with food. Someone had to work on the farms, and there were practically no auxiliary personnel at the station. All the blue-collar work was done by the scientists themselves. It was understandable that they wanted to reduce the amount of this work, which distracted them from the primary purpose of their stay at the station, to a minimum. Ian always liked to observe how newcomers to the station behaved. He figured long ago that scientists are mostly a different breed of people. Some were your typical crazed genius types, a kind of professor with a disheveled head, out of sync with the world around him. Some, on the contrary, were not too different emotionally from the computer, fully immersed in solving the next scientific problem. But almost all of them, when they first came to Aleph, behaved like children on their first visit to the chocolate factory, shining eyes, excitement, and eagerness to explore everything immediately. Dr. Okinkwa, however, surprised even Ian. Kojo worked in his cabin until the very last moment, right until the announcement that the ship had docked at the key arm and the passengers could proceed to the station, where they would be met. The mathematician used a combined approach. He worked with a special processor, to which he was connected through a neural interface, but he was also using the traditional, centuries-honored method of pencil and paper. When Ian knocked on his cabin to inform him that everyone had already gone to Aleph and the doctor was the last passenger on board the Hawking, Okinkwa thanked him for the reminder, disconnected from the processor, carefully gathered all the papers and a few belongings into a small bag, put the processor into a carrying case, and left the cabin without further ado. Ian assumed he would have to show the mathematician the way to the airlock, for Okinkwa had traveled that route only once before, when he had loaded on the ship. Unlike the other passengers who had taken the opportunity to study the interior of the long-range cargo spacer, mathematician had left the cabin only to visit the mess hall. However, Okinkwa walked through the labyrinth of corridors and passages between decks to the airlock, never making a mistake or even hesitating at the cross-sections. Ian only shook his head. After walking through the long transition arm between the airlocks of the ship and the station, they finally found themselves on Aleph. Ian noticed that, compared to the last visit, the strange alien odor on the station had become even less noticeable. The almost eternal and still undetected precursor automation had maintained a breathable atmosphere on Aleph so far, but the strong odor had been a big problem at first. Eventually, they had to wall off the part of Aleph where the station was located with membranes and install powerful filters. Some odor still permeated as the station wasn't totally sealed, but breathing became noticeably easier. Okinkwa exchanged brief greetings with the greeting lady. It was Dr. Wanda Acevedo from the physics and mathematics section. Then he nodded to Ian, and two scientists left, immediately plunging into some highly specialized conversation, of which even Ian, though being the navigator and pilot of the spacer, understood at best 10% of the words. Ian stood for another minute, looking around the familiar interior of the spacious entry bay of the station, and then went to the station duty officer's post to deal with cargo documents and other formalities. Aleph was an artificial planetoid 20 clicks in diameter, built by the precursors at least 1.5 billion years ago, plus or minus 100 million. A dense, impenetrable core and 3 levels of corridors, compartments, or halls. Scientists still haven't agreed on which term is more accurate, and vertical passages between the levels. Whether it was due to the massiveness of the core or the hypothetical gravity generators installed in it, the gravity on Aleph was roughly the same as on Earth. When, a few years after the Aleph's discovery, researchers finally found a way to get inside, through one of the hull plates, which had succumbed to Earth's cutting torches, they discovered that there was a breathable, albeit pungent-smelling, atmosphere inside. And nothing else. Kilometers and kilometers of corridors, thousands of rooms, completely empty. In some of them, there were strange devices, which the scientists defined for vague reasons as devices for reading and issuing information. The whole of Aleph, accordingly, was dubbed the Library of the Precursors. Then, a research station was organized with the intent to force the library to share its data. Ian wandered around the station, looking in all the sections where his acquaintances worked. In the years he had worked on the Hawking, which served Aleph, Ian had gotten to know half of the station's personnel. He had become especially good friends with Katsuo Tago, the chemist who had come to the station to investigate the materials from which it was made. Katsuo had yet to make much progress, but the chemistry section had long been engaged in research unrelated to Aleph himself, which had brought many titles and patents to the scientists and profits to the grantors. In fact, not many people are studying Aleph anymore, Katsuo said. They were sitting at a table in one of the second-level recreation rooms. The levels on Aleph were counted backward from the surface. The third level was the deepest, located on the surface of the core. The first level housed warehouses and a hydroponic farm. The second level housed living quarters, and the third was the Holy of Holies, laboratories, and conference rooms. Although 10 days before your arrival, the cartographers returned to the station. Who returned? Ian asked in surprise. I thought Aleph had been thoroughly mapped by the Peterson expedition before they decided to build the station. Katsuo nodded. Yes, they had scanned all of Aleph and made detailed schematics from the scans. Well, except for the core, of course, which remains impenetrable for us. But it turned out that there is no access to some rooms and corridors, although they looked open on the schematics. Also, the schematics don't show all the precursor devices. We've tried sending autonomous vehicles into the tunnels, but they're not returning. Cartographers found a few with 0 batteries and wiped memory. There were debates about safety for 6 months. Then they decided to send volunteers to the expedition. The first one came back with some new data. Katsuo sipped some tonic from a tall glass, took a large, brightly colored strawberry from a vase on the table, and tossed it into his mouth. The most interesting thing was that the cartographers found a closed room on the 3rd level, just a 1-click from the station. You could say they barely made it out of the station. All as usual. There is an entrance on the scheme, but in reality, you go around it, not even suspecting there's room nearby. I'll be damned, Ian said. I've been traveling here for a long time, and this is the first time I've heard of such a thing. Though I'm not a scientist, even without all the data you're producing here, I got my hands full. Aleph is the only place where I can get some rest. Katsuo grinned. I'll tell you more. This mathematician, whom you brought, the one with bunch of Abel prizes, thought of a way to open this room. No way. Ian was surprised. He's only been on Aleph for a couple of days. I bet he's good, but not that good. He got a plan ready, answered Katsuo. While still on Earth, he had figured out where this room is and why it's necessary to open it. He'd used Peterson's schematics, claimed that this room was a topological focal point, whatever that means. I don't know much about this math stuff. It's not my specialty. Perhaps you, as a space navigator, should know what he meant. Anyway, they did something with the high-frequency pulses, and they did open the entrance to the room. Any object can be viewed from a topological point of view, Ian said. The universe, a speck of dust, an Aleph. But I didn't know it's possible to make any applied calculations from that point. Well, he's been in the room since the first minute he walked in, Katsuo said. He's got a field lab set up, and he's been working in it non-stop, which doesn't take much for a mathematician to do, just batteries for his processor and paper and pencil. Is it safe? Katsuo shrugged. We've never had anything more serious than insomnia or mild aviteminosis in the entire existence of the station. You can check with Director Salvedo. He authorized it, but I don't think he'll tell you anything new. Aleph has long been considered perfectly safe, even with the lost drones. He poured himself another tonic from the decanter. You could ask your partner. He's been out there since morning. Ian stared at his friend in surprise. Vaslav. That's him. Katsuo was obviously finding the situation funny. He showed up at the director's office with an unusually mysterious look, talked about something behind closed doors, and went straight to the place. I didn't see it myself, but the secretary of the directorate recounted it very artistically. Ian had visualized Vaslav with his characteristic sly squint, which appeared when the old pilot was up to something original. By his own conservative standards, of course. All right, Ian finally said. It was probably for the best, because I was desperate to get him off the ship. Pour me some more. What do you put in it anyway? It tastes so good, but I can't tell. Even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to repeat it. But I won't tell you, because the patent application has already been filed. And this isn't some kind of boring math. It could be worth millions, Katsuo said, reaching for the decanter again. Of course, when they met in the evening at the Hawking, Vaslov, who had returned a couple of hours earlier than Ian, was the first to go. Actually, Ian had not even had time to formulate his first question, and the old pilot had already winked and said, "You know, I think I'm ready to change my opinion about this stupid station. If not all of them, then at least some of these eggheads will do some good. Did you get Okinkwa to play poker with you, and he lost you 20 creds to not upset you?" Ian teased. Vaslov only waved it away. "Better. I'm telling you, this guy is brilliant. Of course, it took some effort to get through to him, but when he realized what I needed, he's got the pot working. I barely managed to keep it up with writing down the results." "Come on, bring it out." Ian was curious. What kind of task could a genius mathematician solve for a spacer pilot? Vaslov pointed to the terminal of the ship's primary propulsion system. The conversation took place on the bridge of Hawking. "Take a look at it yourself. Okinkwa made new calculations for the reactor force field superposition. Antimatter consumption is down 40%, while output, on the other hand, is up 20-something. I never thought such a nonsense as topology could be useful, but here you are." Ian stared at his friend, dumbfounded for a moment, then rushed to the terminal. Obeying the frantically typed commands, the screen displayed numbers describing the state of the most complex node of force fields. This kept the annihilation energy in check, allowing it to escape only in one strictly controlled direction, where it was processed into something applicable for further use. Indeed, the indicators had changed exactly as Vaslov had promised. It was terrific, as antimatter was fantastically expensive. But, damn, what were you thinking? Ian exhaled, coming to his senses a little. You can't tinker around with it just like that. What if Okinkwa had miscalculated? We'd all turn into plasma, along with Aleph. Come on, who do you take me for? Vaslov said resentfully. We recalculated everything 3 times, and then I ran the calculations through the reactor's backup processor 10 more times, and it didn't find a single error. Jesus, Ian, you know that if the processor had found anything, it would have blocked the installation. And still, you can't trust the shake-and-bake calculations made by one person, as genius as he may be. Vaslov, superposition is calculated for weeks on special supercomputers. The configuration we used is one of the best developed so far. To improve it so easily by more than 50%. I just can't believe it. They argued for another half an hour before they went to their quarters. Ian had no choice but to accept it as a fact. But something was still bothering him, so he started digging through the ship's databank instead of going to bed. Having found the necessary report of the shipbuilding consortium, from whose slipways Hawking once came down, he went deep into reading. Like all spacemen, Ian, of course, knew the basics of his ship, and at the academy, he had studied the detailed structure of the reactor. Still, a thorough knowledge of the complex mathematics underlying this marvel of technology was not required for a navigator. His brain creaked and boiled while he was wading through the maze of formulas and algorithms, and several times he had to take a break to recover a little. But in the end, he found what he was looking for, and he didn't like it at all. The super-economical superposition that Okinkwa had calculated and that Vaslov had installed in the Hawking reactor was impossible. Such an option had been considered during the ship's design and rejected. The problem was not that such a superposition could not keep antimatter at the focus of the reactor, nor that it did not give the calculated energy yield. That was precisely what Okinkwa had calculated. The problem was different. The force fields could not be configured to add to this superposition. It turned out to be favorable theoretically, but not achievable in practice. And yet, the calculations were practically identical. Okinkwa had applied some transformations that were unfamiliar to Ian, but the results matched up to the last decimal point. Ian looked at his watch. It was getting close to 7 in the morning local time. It was early, of course, but he would have to bother someone. It was time to talk to a genius. "40 minutes and one unpalatable breakfast later, Ian arrived at the station director's reception desk. Instead of the expected sleepy desolation, he was surprised to find himself in a disturbed hive. People were bustling about, walking quickly, almost jogging through the corridors with a worried look. Nobody paid any attention to the spaceman, although usually everyone took the opportunity to speak with the man from the big world. After some confusion, Ian overcame the secretary's resistance and entered the station director's office. David Salvedo was one of the few people who had come to Aleph for purposes other than purely scientific. He had a degree in management and economics, but his job on the station was not in research, but in managing a rambling community of the world's best scientists. Most of them were ill-equipped for anything but scientific work. So Director Salvedo could also safely be considered a genius, a one in the area of management. The director had the appearance of an extremely busy and tired man, so after an exchange of greetings, Ian went straight to the point without delay. "I need to talk to Dr. Okinkwa," he said. "Yesterday, he made some calculations at the request of my pilot. I want to discuss them because the results of the calculations raise questions." "Calculations?" Salvedo, a stout man of 45, waved his hand. "Dr. Okinkwa has done a lot of calculations in the last 24 hours that have raised a million questions. You are now at the end of a very long line." "But it's really important," Ian started to say, but Salvedo interrupted him. "I bet it is," he exclaimed sarcastically. "Everything this mad genius touches now is important. He's already solved 2 of the 4 remaining great mathematics problems and is clearly closing in on the 3rd. Not that I can understand his calculations," he said, somewhat embarrassed. "But all the mathematicians in the station and those who can somehow understand his work, such as theoretical physicists, are now groggy." "But that's just the flowers," he exclaimed triumphantly. Ian thought that the director reminded him of the owner of a dog who proudly tells how his beloved pet, left locked up, shattered the whole apartment. In between, he disproved the proof of Fermat's great theorem. "How do you like this?" Ian looked at the director, puzzled. "But it's a classic textbook example. Wiles derived that proof 200 years ago. His proof has been verified 1,000,000 times. I studied it myself in my first year at the academy. It's impossible." And yet, he did it. He proved Wiles' calculations wrong, found several numerical solutions as counterexamples, and then attacked and defeated Taniyama Shimura's theorem. It was as if he was about to trash the whole of number theory. It was at this point that Ian felt the first sprouts of suspicion forming. No one could just dismiss fundamental mathematical theorems that had been proven long ago and were the basis of modern science. For centuries. Compared to this, the strange superposition calculations for the reactor seemed like a trifle. Still, it felt crucial for some reason, though Ian could not yet say exactly why. "All the more, we need to talk to him immediately," he resolutely declared to the director, and obviously, Salvedo heard something new in the voice of the spaceman. The director looked carefully into his eyes, nodded, and simply said, "Okay, let's go." The road to the focal point, for the most part, passed through places not yet developed by the station's personnel. Some equipment and furniture had been delivered to the room Dr. Okinkwa had opened, but the corridors to get there remained as the precursors had created them. Relatively spacious, angular, with strange protrusions on the walls, sometimes turning in unexpected directions for no apparent reason. Their strangeness was not striking, but it was always in the background, creating the feeling that humans were only occasional and perhaps unwelcome visitors on Aleph. Ian had had this conversation with Katsuo and the other scientists more than once. Most of them said they were used to it and didn't care, but the effort to make the main areas of the station, even the warehouses, look earthly suggested otherwise. The appearance of the precursors was still a mystery, but they most definitely thought very differently from humans. As they neared their destination, they were alerted by some commotion. At the entrance to the room where the mathematician was working, several people were crowding around without going inside. Hearing footsteps behind, one of them turned toward Ian and the director. Ian did not know this scientist, but on his breast pocket, he saw the emblem of the math section. "We can't come in," the scientist said in a strange, squeezed voice, without saying hello. It was obvious that he was extremely shaken by something. "He's just sitting inside, but we can't do anything. Dr. Okinkwa has been working non-stop for almost 24 hours, and we suggested he take a break. But he just looked at us so strange, and now it's like something is blocking our way." Ian squeezed between the huddled people, with the director Salvedo breathing excitedly behind him. The room, which the mathematician called the topological focal point, was typical of Aleph. It was almost circular, actually polyhedral, but with such a small side length that it wasn't noticeable to the eye. The floor, walls, and ceiling were the same gray, inexpressive material as the planetoid. The mathematician sat in the center, with his back to the entrance on a small cushion. Ian knew from the flight that Okinkwa preferred to sit not on a chair, but on such a pad. Next to his processor, scribbled sheets of paper were scattered on the floor. Okinkwa sat absolutely still, cross-legged and unresponsive to what was happening behind him. Ian automatically wanted to step inside, but to his amazement, he could not do so. The invisible barrier was not a solid wall. Instead, it was like an elastic substance whose resistance increased proportionately to the force applied, gently enveloping it and pushing it back out. "It won't let you in," said the mathematician who met them. "We have already tried everything. It's been about 10 minutes since it happened, and Dr. Okinkwa does not react to anything. We tried to call him. He did not even move." Salvedo looked inward worriedly. He had always been a man of practical mind. "We've got to get him out," he said. "I don't know if there's any air in there. He could suffocate." The mathematician spread his hands in confusion. "How? We tried to reach with a pole and even threw a cord with a weight. It repels everything. And the combination of impulses which opened the room? There may be a second entrance." The mathematician shook his head. "That was the first thing we tried, to no avail." Ian, meanwhile, was thinking feverishly. A superposition that can't exist. A refutation of a long-ago proven fundamental theorem. The increased creative productivity of all the scientists on the station and the weird things happening in this room. Ordinary creative people on Aleph become almost geniuses. And what would a genius become? "We need to get everybody from the physics lab in here right away," said Salvedo. "They've got all kinds of equipment. Maybe we can use it somehow. Cut through the walls, get Okinkwa out with some kind of force field." "No!" Ian was surprised by his own yell. "Don't do this!" Several astonished gazes turned to him. "What do you mean?" Director Salvedo finally asked. "Dr. Okinkwa has clearly fallen into some kind of precursor trap and must be rescued." Ian felt suddenly confident, although his confidence was mixed with fear. He finally put the pieces of the puzzle together. "We can't touch him," he said. "If we do, we'll probably become the ones who need a rescue. Right now, this is the most untouchable human being, or rather the most untouchable being in the entire galaxy, maybe the universe." Salvedo opened his mouth to object, a look of utter amazement and indignation on his face, but he froze with a sagging jaw because a bright light suddenly burst from the room. Everyone turned around. The glow seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. Bright, but not so bright as to be blinding. It wasn't like the metal of the precursors was glowing. It was more like the air itself, or some particles invisible to the eye. The light was evenly distributed throughout the room, making it seem much larger, almost without visible boundaries. But that wasn't what was most striking. Dr. Okinkwa, still in the same seated posture, hovered in the center of the room, surrounded by a halo of a slightly brighter glow. I think Peterson sensed something when he named the artifact Aleph. The first letter of the ancient alphabet is the beginning of everything. The topological focal point, as the former Dr. Okinkwa put it. What do you mean, former? Ian looked thoughtfully past Director Salvedo at the emptied conference room. The evacuation of personnel was almost complete. They had to urgently convert some of Hawking's cargo bays into living quarters for this. Only a few people were to remain on the station, to keep a cautious watch and in no way attempt to force contact. I don't know the proper term for what or who Dr. Okinkwa became. Perhaps the closest definition would be God, though I realize that science cannot operate with such categories. But look, what else would you call a being who can change the laws of nature with his mind? Salvedo shook his head. I can't believe it. I'm sorry, I just can't believe it. I can't either. Ian grinned. But you have to. This place turned out to be a true focal point, the very fulcrum on which the whole world could be turned upside down. That's why the precursors built a Aleph here. Maybe they studied it, maybe they used it, or just wanted to prevent anyone from accidentally stumbling upon it. I think it had some kind of effect on the people in its vicinity, hence the flood of discoveries from the station. And who knows which laws of nature were discovered here and which were created. It's a chilling concept. Salvedo shuddered. What if Okinkwa gets the idea to mess around with fundamental constants, for example? I suppose you and I will never know if it happens because of the instant disappearance, Ian said. But I don't think it will come to that. Dr. Okinkwa was a model of prudence and calmness when he was human. I envy your confidence. Do you realize that the whole edifice of science now hangs by a thread over the precipice? Okinkwa has already dealt a terrible blow to mathematics. Now all textbooks must be rechecked. Who knows how this will change the universe? Ian shook his head. You won't believe this, but I wish I could share your concerns. Mine's are way more scary. Salvedo stared at him blankly. Think about it, Director. The focal point that made Dr. Okinkwa our local god is far from the center of Aleph. As far as I know, the core of Aleph remains a complete mystery since no means of penetrating it has yet been found. So I'm thinking, what if the God Room is only needed to explore what the core hides? And if this room makes man an omnipotent god, what is the core capable of? Shocked, Salvedo could not find anything to answer. The shock had broken his integrity, and the director had to urgently incorporate a few topological functions into the non-linear series of his outer shell, hastily absorbing them from the remains of the concert hall's furnishings. Ian noticed that the array of complex variables, always Salvedo's most striking feature, had shifted somewhat on the coordinate grid, and in general, the entire complex function that made up the director's personality needed to be recalculated in many ways. That was okay, he decided. Everyone would have plenty of time to recover their math essence while returning back to their native geometry plane.
The Space Sailors.
The bridge of Bellerophon was semi-dark, blending well with the quiet background hum of the spacecraft's various devices. It was just like the sci-fi movies Matthias had watched as a child. "Don't you think it's a little strange?" he asked. Khalid took a second to look at his friend. "What?" "Well, you know, the feeling of where we are." Matthias shook his head thoughtfully. "After all, we are now so farther away than humans have ever been before. That must have been the feeling of those who first climbed unconquered mountain peaks or landed on the moon." Khalid shrugged. "I don't know. I guess you're right." He typed some commands on the terminal, and the flickering of numbers on the screen stopped. "But I must admit that I'm not particularly thrilled." "You're such a boring nerd." Khalid smiled. "And you're an incredible romantic for a scientist and pilot of a research ship. You're supposed to be thinking about optimal trajectories and safe sectors of space around a star, and you're talking in lofty verbiage." He stopped talking and looked at the big screen, which showed a magnificent enlarged picture of the star Methuselah. "Besides, you're wrong. Acute scientific curiosity is no less a respected emotion than discoverer's delight." There was nothing to say against that, so Matthias hummed uncertainly and stared at the star's image. There was nothing special about the way Methuselah looked. Just a regular star, spectral class G0. Not the most common, but not the rarest either. The uniqueness of the star was in something else. It was very old. Impossibly old, as its estimated age was nearly 1 billion years older than the age of the universe. Since the discovery of the star 2.5 centuries ago, and the first astonishment when it was discovered that it had formed before the universe began, its age had been constantly refined. As science progressed and data accumulated, new estimates emerged, the essence of which was to eliminate the contradiction if possible. At one time, it seemed that scientists finally came to a consensus and fit the age of Methuselah within the error of calculations. However, when the 23rd century came, temporal physics began to develop actively, and everything returned to its original position. Methuselah was indeed 1 billion years older than the universe. Scientists shrugged their shoulders and postponed the problem until a new way to confirm or debunk this anomaly would appear. Is said thoughtfully. The way came with the invention of the jump engine, which utilized topological warps of space. Even though Matthias was the pilot of the Bellerophon, he would have had trouble explaining exactly how the engine worked, because the mathematical theory behind it was insanely complex. But he could control it and use the computer to calculate the route through the many nodes. The expedition to Methuselah was a record-breaking distance. Never before had humans traveled so far from their home, 190 light-years, almost 3 times farther than the farthest previous mission. But as soon as a new generation of computing technology and an advanced fusion reactor made it possible, the Earth Space Agency did not hesitate to send Bellerophon to Methuselah to test the accumulated hypotheses about the physics of time, for many of these hypotheses could lead to a critical breakthrough in science, followed by a breakthrough into the vastness of the galaxy. The entire future of mankind could depend on what Khaled and Matthias could, or could not, learn about this strange star. No planets, Khaled said. That was the original assumption, wasn't it? Yes, but now it's a confirmed fact. Quite unusual for a G-class star, but then again, Methuselah is an unusual star. What did your devices say? Matthias was one of the Earth's best temporal physicists. As a good mathematician, learning the jump ship navigator pilot profession wasn't hard for him. The times when spacecraft pilots came mostly from military pilots with the health and reactions of Olympic gods were long gone. Of course, good health never hurt, but to send someone without a scientific degree to the farthest and most expensive expedition in the history of mankind was an impermissible waste. Matthias had personally participated in developing most of the experimental devices designed to help people unlock the secrets of Methuselah. Khaled, the formal head of the expedition, was an astrophysicist and cosmologist. Matthias glanced at the display, which summarized data from the various instruments. Nothing so far, although the time field strength was showing an unusual fluctuation. We'll have to get closer. Is it possible to use geosectors, or do we have to use ion thrust? The topology here is confusing, as it always is around stars, but there seem to be options. Matthias scrutinized the streams of numbers shaded by the surreal patterns shimmering on the other half of the screen, a visual representation of the topological folds of space. Of course, it's far from interstellar jumps, but we'll make it in a few hours. Estimated distance to Methuselah is 6 astronomical units, Khaled said. Roger that. Beginning fold calculation, geosector engines are warming up. Matthias's fingers ran over the keyboard. He was completely immersed in the calculations and did not even notice that the image of the star on the big screen was replaced by the logo of the space agency. Bellerophon was equipped with 3 types of engines: jump topological warp engines designed to travel across the vast distances between stars, a kind of surfing through the topological folds of space; geosector engines, which were a simplified and low-power version of jump engines, with which it was possible, with certain limitations, to travel in the vicinity of bodies with large mass, such as stars. And finally, ancient ion thrusters, for near-planetary precision maneuvers. Ironically, the ion thrusters were the most cumbersome and clumsy, accounting for almost a third of Bellerophon's mass. The approach to a distance of 6 astronomical units from Methuselah took several hours, during which time Khaled and Matthias mainly prepared the equipment for research. Matthias constantly monitored the various parameters of space in real time, but noticed nothing out of the ordinary, only slight fluctuations, which was expected in the vicinity of the stars. The time field strength graph suddenly went into overdrive at the very last moment before the geosector engines shut down, producing several sharp peaks and deep dips. Matthias barely had time to let out a loud cry of surprise before everything returned to normal. "What happened?" Khaled asked worriedly. Matthias shook his head. "I don't know. The temporal stress sensors went crazy for a moment, but now it's as normal as if nothing had happened. Maybe there's a glitch in the system. It could be anything." Matthias pressed a few keys. "I'll run a detailed diagnostic and see what it might be." Khaled reached for his terminal. "I'm going to turn on the external view. Let's take a look at our old man in person, so to speak. It's time to know each other." He brought up a large screen with the images from the external surveillance cameras, a black abyss of space with a diamond scattering of stars headed by the brightest one, Methuselah, a picture familiar to any spacefarer, except that the constellations were different each time. But in the center of this picture, Oh shit! A surprised exclamation burst from both scientists almost simultaneously, but they didn't even smile. Almost in the center of the screen, a man drifted in open space. I don't get it. Maybe the colonists from Proxima secretly organized their expedition, and something went wrong. Careful, don't push it. He doesn't care anymore, and if you smash into a body... Relax, Khaled, I've got it. This boat has perfect control. As for the colonists, you realize you can't hide an event like this, do you? It's not like snatching a sales tax. Besides, they don't have anywhere near the resources needed, material or scientific. That's true. But where did this poor bastard come from? I'll pick him up, return to the Bellerophon, and we'll find out, Matthias said. Approaching, the distance is 800 meters. I'll try to catch him with the power claw and pull him into the cargo airlock. Okay, just be careful. Did you notice his clothes? I've never seen anything like it. Matthias was piloting a small open-space boat to the body drifting in the vacuum. The boat was intended for possible repairs. Not all parts of the 600-meter-long Bellerophon were accessible from inside. The clunky cylinder of the repair boat was designed to load additional tools and spare parts or to bring temporarily dismantled devices that needed to be repaired in the workshop to the repair dock. However, the boat was capable of getting away from the Bellerophon for a decent distance of several tens of kilometers, which was just enough for the rescue operation. The unknown man really looked strange. His body was wrapped in a tight-fitting black cloth, thin enough to show the details of his anatomy through it. At first glance, it looked like tight underwear, but the angular thickenings in various places suggested that it was some kind of jumpsuit that concealed the hardware underneath. The fabric covered the stranger's hands like gloves, but on the feet, it changed into some sort of light boots. An oblong oval helmet with a black mirror-like surface concealed the stranger's head, so it was impossible to see his face. Whatever the garment was, it was undoubtedly too light to protect its wearer from the cold of the vacuum and cosmic radiation. When Matthias brings the body aboard the Bellerophon, they will try to find out who the man is and how he had found his sad end in a place where they had assumed, not so long ago, that no man had ever set foot. The operation to capture the body was a success. As soon as the outer gate of the landing dock closed and the atmospheric pressure equalized with the ship's, Khaled ran up to the boat, rolling a medical gurney from the infirmary in front of him. Matthias took off his spacesuit, and they opened the cargo bay to load the body onto the gurney. It's strange, Matthias said, when they had finally accomplished this task. He looked at the body, then at his friend. I just realized it now. He's been in a vacuum for God knows how long. Shouldn't he be frozen, hard as wood? Indeed, the stranger looked nothing like a man who died in outer space. His body was slack and soft, making trying to move him more problematic, and contradictory to try to explain that fact. You're right, Khaled said. It didn't occur to me in the rush either, but it is very strange indeed. How did he end up in outer space like that? While you were catching him, I thoroughly scanned all the space around here. No damaged spacecraft, no debris, nothing at all. It's like somebody just threw him out of an airlock and flew away. He looked at the body on the gurney and reached for the stranger's mirrored helmet. Matthias wanted to stop him, but was too late. A moment before Khaled could touch the shiny surface, an elusive ripple ran across it. Then it turned from mirror-like to matte, split into two halves, and disappeared into two dots on the stranger's temples. The stunned Earthmen stared at the calm face with closed eyes. The man looked about 30 or 40 years old, based on Earth's idea of age. Straight nose, clean-shaven face, short-cropped blonde hair, dark skin, slightly slanted eyes. A perfectly ordinary appearance, typical of billions of people. The only thing that caught the eye was the metallic glint of implants in the stranger's temples. It was those devices where the helmet had been retracted. Cybernetic implants have been a common thing on Earth for a long time. They were used both to compensate for any injuries or physical disabilities and to acquire additional capabilities, for example, to expand vision to the infrared and ultraviolet parts of the spectrum. The stranger's implants, however, attracted attention by how harmonious they looked. There was a distinct feeling that they penetrated deep under his skull, right into his brain, and secondly, that they were a completely natural part of his body, as if he had been born with them already. Matthias shook his head, pushing the foolish thought away, and then something else, equally impossible, caught his eye. The stranger's chest was rising and falling evenly. He was alive. "Honestly, I don't know what to do," Khaled said, looking at the infirmary view screen. "He's alive, but he's not regaining consciousness, and we can't determine what's wrong with him or wake him up. Given his implants, I can't use a CT, X-ray, or neutron scanner." Among other duties, Khaled served as an expedition medic. "Well, no use for the CT makes sense," Matthias replied. "But what was wrong with the X-ray and the neutron scanner?" Khaled shrugged. "We don't know how they might affect the implants. We don't even know his level of cyborgization. From the look of the ones on his temples, his whole body could be infused with technology. For example, these thickenings on his spacesuit." He pointed to the bulges on the stranger's chest, thighs, and forearms. "What are they? Devices built into the spacesuit or external parts of the implants. We just don't know." "So you're sure it's a spacesuit after all?" Matthias thoughtfully twirled an empty coffee mug in his hands. "It looks a little flimsy and unreliable. Otherwise, I don't see how he could survive in outer space," Khaled said. "By the way, I tried to pull back the collar to at least get a look at the underside, but I couldn't. It's like it's stuck to his skin. I even had the unbelievable notion that the whole so-called spacesuit is one big implant." Matthias picked up on that. "You know, an hour ago, I would have discarded it as nonsense, but now I don't know what to think. If only he could tell us something. There are no inscriptions, factory markings, stuff like that on the suit?" Khaled shook his head. "Nothing. And I didn't risk trying to take a sample. I did one little experiment. Watch." He pressed a few keys, and the image from the infirmary surveillance camera changed to a video. Now, Khaled was standing next to the stranger, still on his back on the infirmary bunk, holding a pair of tweezers with a piece of absorbent cotton. "The old-fashioned method," Khaled said with a slight smile. "The smelling salts. I figured since we can't stick needles in him or stuff him into our sophisticated devices, why not try something that's worked for centuries? Well, I realize it didn't work. But since you're showing me this footage, does that mean something unusual happened?" Khaled nodded at the screen. "Just watch it." Matthias watched Khaled on the screen as he carefully brought a cotton swab dipped in ammonia to the stranger's face. However, something unexpected happened before the ancient remedy was close enough for the pungent odor to penetrate his nostrils. The stranger remained immobile, but liquid darkness suddenly spurted out of his implants and instantly spread around his head, hiding his face beneath an opaque mirrored surface. On the screen, Khaled recoiled in surprise, dropping the tweezers. For a few seconds, the stranger lay in full space attire. Then the strange helmet melted again and retracted back into the implants. "Wow!" Matthias looked at Khaled dumbfounded. "Now I understand why you hesitate to poke our friend with sharp objects." "Exactly," Khaled said. "Actually, if you remember that ammonia is, strictly speaking, a poison, everything makes sense. You know what it looks like?" "A reflex reaction," Matthias answered without thinking. "In fact, that's how anyone would react. put something stinky to our faces and we'll pinch our noses or turn away. Except he's unconscious. Matthias pointed to the screen. So the implant's protective protocols are working, Khaled said. Or the spacesuits, or the whole complex. There's no telling how it might react to an attempt to damage something, even with the best intentions. It might even perceive the magnetic field of a CT or X-rays as a threat. Well, that's a situation, Matthias said, but he's obviously human. He needs to not only breathe, but also eat and drink. Let's say that his supersuit can somehow cope with the waste products, but I don't see any containers where there could be water. What do we do with him if he doesn't regain consciousness? We can't give him anything intravenously. Khaled shook his head. I have no idea. We don't know how long he's been in space. But you can't tell from his face that he's dehydrated. His skin's fine, his eyes aren't sunken, his breathing's normal. It's like he's just sleeping. I tried taking his pulse, but it was not palpable through this fabric. So, other than waiting, there's nothing we can do. What the hell? The light flickered a few times, then dropped in intensity and went into the stroboscope mode. Maybe the contacts are malfunctioning? Matthias suggested. We don't use this room much. Could there have been a minor fault in the assembly that went unnoticed? No. Khaled shook his head and pointed at the screen. The image was rippling, but it was clear that there was a problem with the lighting in the infirmary too. Matthias jumped up quickly and looked out into the corridor. Damn, he exclaimed, and rushed into the control room. There was no more light in the corridor, only the dim red, self-contained emergency lighting. Khaled ran after him, so he didn't see how. At the last moment before the screen finally shut down, the stranger floated above the recliner without regaining consciousness. The flickering lights and instruments of the infirmary reflected in the mirrored surface of his helmet. Running into the bridge, Matthias leaned over the power control panel. Fortunately, the bridge equipment was still on, but a quick glance at the main readouts gave Matthias a chill. The Bellerophon was powered by 3 quark fusion reactors at once. Normally, one reactor carried the main load, while the other 2 operated at minimum load, supplementing and duplicating the main one. The main load reactors were rotating every few days, although all 3 reactors worked at 80% simultaneously if necessary, for example during the start pumping jump engines. Now, if the readings were to be believed, one reactor was completely shut down, and there was no contact at all with the other, as if it did not exist. No data on the reactor's status, no power, nothing at all. As for the third, shit. Matthias began typing commands into the terminal with desperate speed. The third reactor seemed about to start or had already started an uncontrolled reaction. The magnetic traps holding the quark gluon plasma were working at absolute maximum capacity. If they failed, the entire Bellerophon would turn into a cloud of superheated gas. Meanwhile, Khaled had activated all the space monitoring devices. Not all of them responded, but the cameras pointed toward the star were working. Something very strange is happening to the star, Khaled exclaimed. It's like it's shrouded in a haze, and it's clearly reddening and grown in size. To hell with it, Matthias said. Let me freeze this reactor, and then we'll figure it out. Meanwhile, please test all communication circuits with the reactor B. Right now, it looks like it just broke off and flew away. Copy that. Khaled typed a few commands that started a detailed test of the second reactor's control system. Data flashed on the screen. I don't understand, Khaled said in surprise. The system says that the reactor has reached the end of its life and has been shut down, and that the control sensors have failed due to wear and tear. That's total crap. Matthias hit the enter button and finally unbent. Ooh-oh. Looks like I got it. The readings are returning to normal. Another one is already frozen, though I'll be damned if I knew why and how. Now, what were you saying about the end of the lifespan? It's crazy. Those reactors are designed to last 110 years, and the sensors have a design life of 50 years, plus a safety margin. How can that be? Khaled threw up his hands. Based on the test results, that's what it looks like. Until we get more data, we'll have to rely on them. Matthias shook his head. We don't know what's going on down there. It's all very, very strange. 3 super reliable reactors, and all 3 of them failing at the same time, each in their own way. Plus, I've restored power, but half the equipment is still down, and there's no communication with the compartments. It is theoretically possible to start reactor A, but it will take several. Are you listening to me or not? Khaled stared fixedly at one of the displays, ignoring Matthias's words. Khaled. The astrophysicist flinched, looked at Matthias, and then, with a keystroke, brought up the image on the large screen. Whereas the star had looked like a tiny bright circle of yellow on the external view cameras before, now it sprawled in a red foggy boil over nearly a quarter of the screen. There was no doubt that it was Methuselah, as the pattern of constellations around it remained the same. However, it was not the instantaneous transformation of the star into a red giant that threw both scientists into a stupor. Into the view slowly floated, overshadowing the stars, a massive ship of completely unfamiliar design. Engineers had long ago adopted radical functionalism when building ships that were not supposed to land on planets. No streamlined contours, no excessive aesthetics. Most spaceships were huge cylinders, bristling with antennas and sensors, and the largest, such as the Bellerophon, were almost shapeless construction of many modules. The designers of the ship on the screen were clearly of a different mind. Given its size, it was obviously not intended for planetary landings, and yet its sleek contours looked more like the atmospheric fighters of the past than the bulky, heavy designs of Earth's open space ships. The ship's shape was reminiscent of the stingrays of Earth, the ancient inhabitants of the oceans, yet it was nearly twice the size of Bellerophon. In addition, several huge translucent blisters were visible on the ship's hull, starting with the largest on the central body and ending with many smaller ones, symmetrically scattered on the fins. Scientists, mesmerized, looked at the incredible ship, not even paying attention to the strangely changed star. So far, not even a hint of intelligent life was found, although several planets with a biosphere have been discovered. And here it was, the first contact. Matthias suddenly remembered that, strictly speaking, it might not be the first. Khaled, he called out, something has occurred to me. Don't you think our friend in the infirmary might have something to do with this? Khaled hesitated to answer. Occam's razor tells me you must be right, he said at last. But if that's the case, who are they? I mean, the guy you fished out of space is clearly human, but that ship... He didn't finish, but Matthias understood what Khaled was trying to say. The alien ship was clearly far beyond the capabilities of modern humanity, as was the spacesuit of the rescued stranger. Is it possible that the alien race could be indistinguishable from the humans? At this point, Occam's razor jabbed at the concrete lack of information. Matthias suddenly saw the alarms flashing on the temporal equipment control panel. He brought up a summary of the readings on the display screen. Shit! Khaled, we have a problem. According to the data, the temporal fields near the star have gone crazy. The sensors are showing values that are not even accounted for by theory. Either all the instruments have gone down at once, or... Wait, I have an idea. Here. He typed a few commands. Khaled looked at him. What do you have in mind? Wait a moment. Matthias answered and pressed enter. There. Oh my God, I can't believe it. What's going on in there? Khaled exclaimed impatiently. Matthias looked at the small screen on his console, where some bright patterns were shimmering. "I visualized the temporal fields in the vicinity of the star," he said at last. "You won't believe—" He looked at the alien ship frozen in the center of the view screen, shadowed by the purple Methuselah. "I don't believe it myself. Look." And he pressed another key. The visualization of the temporal field superimposed itself on the image. Methuselah changed from a red, misty ball into a tangle of spiral vortices, iridescent at the edges and coal black in the middle, twisting and turning into one another. Before Khaled's eyes, two of these vortices suddenly straightened like springs and turned into long prominences that shot out into space, gradually losing brightness. One of them streaked straight toward the screen, toward Bellerophon, and Khaled involuntarily recoiled, but the prominence did not reach the research vessel. From several points on the alien ship's hull, fans of iridescent flame spewed out and unfolded into giant, glowing canvases that merged into one huge shield, screen, a sail. For some reason, that comparison came to Khaled's mind. Perhaps it was because the ghostly prominence had caused the ethereal canvas to billow like a sail in the wind. Khaled even expected the ship to move, but the manta remained motionless, only shrouded in a light, shimmering glow. Another vortex unfolded on the Methuselah, and another rainbow jet streaked toward the two ships. Khaled suddenly realized that everything he saw was just a visualization, that all these prominences and sails were temporal fields of incredible concentration and power. Judging by Matthias, who was entirely hypnotized by the spectacle, even he, the world's leading expert in temporal physics, did not understand what was happening and how such a thing was possible. Apparently, the alien ship noticed a new prominence because the position of the sail changed slightly to intercept it as well. The sail sagged even more. Khaled, who had completely lost his sense of reality, thought, "It's going to burst." However, the sail did not burst. Instead, it let some of the rainbow glow pass through it. As it faded and dissipated, this part was no longer a directed jet, but a scattered wave cloud that reached Bellerophon. Khaled felt his head spinning rapidly and his heart throbbing with a sharp pain. The lights in the control room flickered, and the lights, sensors, and screens began to go out one by one. As he was losing consciousness, he saw Matthias slump to the floor. Khaled's legs buckled as well. At the last moment before he blacked out, he thought he saw several black silhouettes in mirrored helmets standing in the control room, but he had no time to realize it. "Now we know why Methuselah seems older than the universe," Matthias said, and grimaced. His head was still sore, but the tonic cocktail had done its job, and he felt much better. Khaled, who had recovered first, looked sympathetically at his comrade. "When you passed out and fell, you hit your head hard against the base of the console. That was the penultimate thing I saw before I passed out myself. The last thing I saw was them. So, I wasn't imagining it?" Matthias shook his head gently and sighed in relief when it didn't respond in pain. "No, you weren't imagining it. The security camera picked them up before it went out too. I think they were here to pick up their comrade, whom, by the way, we rescued," Khaled said, "and they almost killed us in return." Matthias shook his head again, more confidently. "Not them, Methuselah. They were just trying to protect us." "Speaking of the weird stars, so what's with Methuselah?" Matthias was silent for a moment, gathering his strength. Methuselah is not a star, and it's not older than our universe. Rather, it is only partially connected to it, a kind of time reactor. When you're close to it, you can accidentally see or even partially visit its distant future. That's why we saw it as a red giant. What do you mean? Well, at our plane, so to speak, it is indeed a star. But at the same time, it is also the temporal version of our fusion reactors. Khaled shook his head in amazement. A time reactor? Wait, are you saying that Methuselah is an artificially created time machine? Matthias shrugged. I don't know. It's just a guess for now. It could be a natural phenomenon, like the natural uranium reactors that once existed on Earth. And space sailors have learned to use them for practical purposes. That's a nice name. The analogy isn't direct, of course, Matthias clarified. They don't actually use Methuselah's temporal emissions as a direct drive. Somehow, they convert them into energy, which they use to travel through space-time coordinates. You mean they're time traveling? Well, not literally, as the ancient sci-fi writers imagined, Matthias smiled. You know that the relationship between space and time is much more complicated. So there are no time paradoxes and other funky stuff. But accidents are possible, probably because of some such mistake. The one we picked up ended up in outer space, fell overboard during a dangerous maneuver, so to speak. So we did rescue him after all, Khaled said. And then his friends came back for him. I don't think his spacesuit could have kept him alive for long in a vacuum, despite all the advanced technology. So our primitive trough came up near Methuselah, very conveniently. By the way, their reaction to our actions also partly influenced the fact that I dubbed them space sailors. Rescuing those distressed at sea has always been the mainstay of seafaring and the most honored and respected tradition. I think they appreciated that we lingered in the vicinity of Methuselah to rescue their colleague, even though it was deadly for us. They probably didn't know we had no idea of the danger. Well, if they hadn't gotten us home, we wouldn't have had a chance, Khaled said. You can't run the jump engines on 40% power from one barely breathing reactor. But how did they do it? I didn't have time to tell you. They left something behind, a little message. I found it in the memory of my terminal. Matthias pressed a key, and a familiar image appeared on the big screen. The crimson disk of Methuselah, the iridescent sparks of the temporal currents, a ship of space sailors, and the clumsy bulk of the Bellerophon taken from the side, and more stingray ships, appearing as if from nowhere, dozens of them. Surrounding the helpless Bellerophon from all sides, stingray ships released their power sails, which, like a cocoon, enveloped the ship. Then, the entire fleet suddenly disappeared without warning, as if it was never there. Only Methuselah and the starry sky remained. After a moment, the image flashed and was replaced by a new one, showing only the Bellerophon, but against a background of familiar constellations that everyone on Earth sees in the sky. Matthias stopped the recording. That's it. While you and I were unconscious, they towed us to the outskirts of the solar system. If they're so omnipotent, why don't they repair our reactors, for example? Khalid asked. Do you know how to make fire by friction? Or make flint knives? Oh, you think it's like that? Khaled grinned unhappily. Well, it's kind of humiliating. You're probably right, though. But who are they anyway? The result of convergent evolution? Aliens from the parallel universe? I don't know. Matthias was silent for a moment. No, I don't believe in convergent evolution. It can't be that accurate. A parallel universe sounds more plausible. But maybe they are us, from a future where the very concepts of future, past, and time have radically changed their meaning. Hopefully, we'll be able to figure it out when we return. A soft beep notified them that the geosector engines were beginning to decelerate. Bellerophon, which the space-sailing ships had left on the far reaches of the solar system in the Oort cloud, was approaching well-developed and human-populated areas. Most of the equipment on the ship, including communications, was still out, but the view cameras were fine. Khalid turned them on, and put the image on the screen. The two scientists watched in silence for a while. "As I recall," Khaled said at last, "navigation wasn't perfect in the days of the sailing fleet. Until the sextant and accurate chronographs were invented, yes," Matthias said. "It seems that our friends haven't invented its space version yet," said Khaled. "I wonder how many centuries or millennia they missed." His words hung in the air. The survey system was set up so that when the ship arrived in the solar system, it automatically focused on critical points: the orbital shipyards of the Uranus system, the colonies on Ganymede, Mars, and of course Earth. There were no more orbital shipyards, along with the satellites and the rings. In their place was one giant artificial ring around Uranus, a titanic metal structure flashing with billions of lights. Instead of a few inhabited domes, Ganymede was entirely surrounded by a bubble of some kind of force field, beneath which the planet was lushing with green and blue, teeming with life. The same was true of Mars, which had lost its stark brick red color. Only the Earth retained its usual appearance, but the moon was built up so tightly that it looked like an artificial satellite. "Looks like we're going to have to get used to being Neanderthals," said Khaled. "What were you saying about flint knives? We already have a boat made of hides and whalebone."
Memory lapse.
Neelan didn't immediately realize what was happening when a sharp sound swept through the station's corridors. It didn't sound like the music he listened to before going to sleep, nor like the hum of the various maintenance mechanisms, but it evoked some distant associations. Grudgingly, Neelan set the tester aside and stood up from his desk. Of course, the light control unit of the hydroponic farm needed urgent repair, but the harsh sound made it hard to concentrate, which Neelan already had a lot of trouble with: the central control panel. It was there if there was anywhere to find a solution to the problem. Neelan tried to think, but his memory refused to give a clue. Of course, it could be changed. All he had to do was stop. Neelan shook his head and dismissed the insidious thought. He must remain calm and not do anything rash. Neelan walked down the radial corridor to the central circular room where the station's main control panel was located. The bright red signal was blinking insistently on the console. Neelan stepped closer, already knowing what this sudden intrusion into his measured, unhurried life meant. A ship of some kind was approaching the station. Strange. Neelan didn't remember anyone planning to visit him anytime soon. From the other hand, he didn't remember a lot. He looked around the central console room, paying particular attention to the board on which he usually left reminder notes to himself. Nothing. Neelan shrugged and sat down in the chair by the console. Well, at least he needs to contact the ship and find out what it needs. His hands remembered what to do and what buttons to press. The long-range scanner screen lit up, followed by the friend or foe recognition system and some other indicators and displays. Neelan felt that if he tensed up, he might remember what it was all for, but he didn't want to tense up. The recognition system screen read, TFC Swift, Terran Federation Cutter. Yes, some things stay in the brain forever, as if seared away, no matter what happens. But what could the military possibly need from him? An old, retired man leading a reclusive lifestyle. As one might expect from the military, they were unwilling to request a communication session, and Neelan made no attempt to call them. Why? He couldn't keep them out of the station. There was no way to do that. When they arrived, they would tell him what they wanted. Neelan didn't know how many years he'd been living on the station, but he suspected it was a long time. He had learned to wait patiently for the unknown. The ship arrived about 5 hours later. Neelan arrived at the door of the second landing hangar in advance, and as soon as the hatch slid open, he stepped inside. Everything about the spaceship's contours spoke of speed. The narrow, predatory silhouette, the massive thickening of the powerful engines aft. This was clearly a dual-purpose ship for both open space and atmospheric flight. Why else would it have streamlined shapes? Neeland didn't notice any armament, but he had no doubt there was some. An entrance ramp lowered onto the corrugated metal of the hangar deck, and two men in Space Fleet uniforms stepped out of the ship. At the sight of the insignia, Neeland involuntarily twitched his right arm. You bet, military reflexes. Funny, he couldn't remember his last military rank, but he could tell it was a captain and a rear admiral on the boat. It seems his own rank was lower. Commander Neeland? Ah, there it is. Captain Costa. Neeland shook his outstretched hand. It was a typical military handshake, clear, confident, and official. And this is Rear Admiral Matiescu. Another formal handshake. I served with your brother, Commander, the Rear Admiral said. He had sharp facial features and bottomless brown eyes, and his uniform fit as if he'd been born in it, already starched and ironed. Neeland got a strong feeling that this was a real combat commander, not a master of political and staff intrigue. Both officers had colorful award plaques on their chests, but Neeland had no idea what they meant. The Admiral looked at Neeland with some confusion, obviously not having met the expected reaction to the remark about his brother. Neeland sighed. I'm sorry if I disappoint you somewhat. The thing is, I don't remember my brother. He was silent for a moment. Strictly speaking, I don't remember if I have any relatives at all. After a dozen seconds, the awkward silence was broken by Captain Costa. Commander, I assume you have some room where we can sit down and talk in peace. I suspect we're in for a long and complicated conversation. The problem is, we're losing this war, Commander, and we don't even understand why it started, Costa finished. But there remains one tiny chance that you might be able to help us. Neeland, pondering, looked at him silently. In many years alone on the station, he had grown unaccustomed to hearing others speak and expressing his thoughts aloud, and the information he had just heard took some time to comprehend. According to Captain Costa, a conflict between the Earth Federation and the Antheri Conjunction had erupted around the Sigma entity that Commander Neeland had discovered 15 years ago in the multiple star system of 30 Aries. More specifically, the conjunction suddenly severed all diplomatic ties with the Federation. It soon began attacking Earthships and stations near the 30 Aries system, failing to respond to any inquiries. Throughout the conflict, which has dragged on for several years now, the only message received from the conjunction was the cryptic phrase, "Destroy the beacons," which they occasionally transmitted on all communication frequencies used by the Federation. We believe the conjunction is afraid of competition. Admiral Matiescu entered the conversation. They've always prided themselves on being the furthest advanced in temporal research, but since we've gotten serious about studying the Sigma entity, we've made some important breakthroughs. Scientists believe the object may be a wormhole into a different universe where time behaves differently and has other characteristics. How much different? It was the first question Neeland had asked, and it was so sudden that the Admiral was even confused. Captain Costa came to his rescue. We do not know for sure, he said. Existing hypotheses are too different from each other and are closer to guesses than to sound scientific hypotheses. But this research has clearly alarmed the conjunction enough for them to decide to go into full-scale conflict. Neeland stared blankly for a while. What does this have to do with me? He finally asked. What can one man do on the scale of an interstellar war? I'm not even a scientist. The captain and the admiral looked at each other. You see, Commander, Costa started to say, but Neelan gestured him to stop. "What you've told me sounds like a fascinating story, of course," he continued, "but no more than that. I don't remember the Sigma entity you say I discovered. Moreover, I don't remember what worlds make up the Earth Federation or what the Antheri conjunction is. I don't even remember what I had for dinner last night. But most importantly, I don't want to remember it." Neelan stood up and left the room without looking at the two officers. The Admiral looked at Costa. "I remind you that this was your idea. What did you drag me to this shithole for? We could have just as easily sent in a Special Forces platoon. That's what it's gonna end up being, except we're not commando. What if he's just messing with our heads?" "He's our last chance," Costa said. "And I don't think he's lying. Remember what happened to the others, and some of them even volunteered. We already know what they're capable of." "Until they go off the rails," the Admiral said. "It cost us 2 fine ships and their crews. And Neelan, I remind you, was the worst case of all. He was the only one brought back from the first expedition in a straitjacket." "There were no straitjackets on the Pascal." "Well, I was just speaking figuratively. You know as well as I do that Neelan had to be tranquilized and sedated until he arrived in quarantine, and now he claims he doesn't remember having a brother. But he is the only one who escaped from the clinic, a secret clinic of the Space Fleet, mind you, and as if disappeared into space and then became monstrously rich and through fake persons bought this abandoned station in the godforsaken star system. I think that fits right in with my assumption that he's just messing with our heads," the Admiral said. "Quite in the spirit of his manipulations." Costa shook his head. "In my opinion, all this indicates Neelan's one indomitable desire. And what is that? The desire for oblivion. Total oblivion." The Admiral scratched his chin thoughtfully. "Sounds logical. But why not just kill himself? 3 of Pascal's crew did just that in the first 2 years after contact with the Sigma entity. I'm not even talking about our current situation." "I guess that's a question only Nyland can answer," Costa said. "If, of course, he wanted to remember the answer." Neelan knew what it all meant. The viscous, dark void of absent memory offered no clues, but everything was clear without it. His measured, leisurely life on the station, devoid of any colorful events, had come to an end. It did not matter what answer he would give to the officer's request. Neelan strongly suspected that if they really needed him that badly, they would not leave him alone under any circumstances. At the very least, they would simply tie him up and take him away by force. Sometimes he wondered why that past Neelan, who had organized his reclusive life on the station, had left him nothing. No notes, no reminders, no letters of the future, warning him of dangers and risks. Something he knew, this long-ago version of his self, something that could not be passed on to his future self, even in this indirect way. Neelan put his palm to the reader. The safe door slid open, and its interior was illuminated by a dim, bluish light. Neelan picked up the injector from the center shelf and pressed a key in the wall of the safe. A servo mechanism buzzed lightly, and a clip with an unmarked glass vial emerged from a special slot. Neelan looked at it thoughtfully. What would happen if he missed an injection, or say, shoot 2 at once? The fact that he could still think about it told him that either nothing would happen, if he had already experimented in the past, or something bad would happen, if the decision made by his distant past self was stronger than the momentary impulses even after so many years and injections. He inserted the vial into the injector, pressed its nozzle against the bend of his elbow, and pressed the trigger. A short hiss, a slight prick. That was it. His 2-day life, as he called his existence on the station, would continue. The drug contained in the vial erased all memory beyond the day before yesterday. The skills necessary for life were preserved, and some core of personality was retained too. But all the events of his previous life were for Nayland, an impenetrable blob of faceless darkness. That was what he had decided long ago. These two, Captain Costa and Admiral Matiescu, claimed that at least 15 years had passed since. Perhaps? Nayland didn't keep count of days or years, but he guessed he'd been living on the station for more than a year. He put the injector back. He needed to tell the officers something. They were obviously in a hurry to hear his answer. But what? Nayland was about to close the safe when his gaze fell on an object on the bottom shelf. A small, flat silver metal case, sturdy-looking and with a DNA reader on the lock. It had always been here, but Nayland had never inquired about its origin or contents, for he had no intention of leaving the station and had everything he needed to live. The unfamiliar items symbolized surprises and change, the very things he was sheltering from here. But now, surprise and change were coming to him. Nayland pulled out the briefcase, placed it on the table next to the safe, and put his finger on the reader. The lock clicked, and Nayland opened the case. In a padded nest of sealant lay an injector, exactly the same as the one on the top shelf in the safe. Several dozen vials gleamed in small recesses around it and in the top lid of the case. Nayland carefully closed the case, then, without putting it back, locked the safe. It looked like that long ago forgotten Nayland had left him one message after all. "It sounds too simple," the Admiral said doubtfully. "First, he says he wants nothing to do with us, and just an hour later, he's backing down." "Not exactly, Christian." Despite the difference in rank, Costa and Matiescu were longtime friends and addressed each other by their first names. He said he didn't want to remember anything about his past. He agreed as soon as he saw the opportunity to go with us while respecting this condition. But would it do any good? The Admiral's face showed clear doubt. "Ruiz, I agreed to this venture out of desperation. Yes, the rest of the Pascal's crew helped us hold off the conjunction onslaught, but not to turn the tide of the war. The ring around the Sigma entity is tightening. We can't give it to the conjunction. The loss of such a source of power and so many potential discoveries would be tantamount to a clear defeat in the war and the dominance of the conjunction for centuries. They are already ahead of us in temporal research. Their unsynchronized torpedoes. Nayland is the last survivor of the first contactors. What are we going to do when he's gone too? Besides, he was the craziest of the bunch. Will he even make it? Honestly, Christian?" The captain looked his friend straight in the eye. "I don't know. But this is our last chance, no matter how elusive it may seem, and we have no right not to take it." They had managed to slip unnoticed between the numerous conjunction patrols near the Sigma entity. It was for this reason that they had used a small cutter for the expedition to Nayland's station, one with a maximum capacity of 3 people, but very fast. Any other larger ship would have been detected by the Antherians. Back at the station, Nayland came to them and said he was willing to help in any way he could on one condition. No one interfered with his injection regimen. "I don't know what would happen if I stopped taking them or lowered the dose," he said in the same indifferent tone. "You know my past much better than I do. However, I believe it would probably not be to my liking or yours. I don't know how I can help you, but I'll try." "Wait." He stopped Costa, who was about to explain. "Tell me everything just before the main thing starts. Everything you tell me now, I will forget tomorrow at the latest, or even after today's injection. You're just wasting your time now." Now, the moment was approaching. Observers reported that the conjunction forces were concentrating on the approaches to the 30 Aries system. clearly planning to go on a decisive offensive. The Federation fleet was urgently reorganizing orders in an effort to cover the research stations and huge energy receptors located around the space-time anomaly of the Sigma entity. The object was the size and mass of a brown dwarf, but it looked completely different. A giant ball of swirling purple haze, opaque to any instrumentation and distorting the continuum around it in ways not yet fully understood. The research ship, Blaise Pascal, plunged into the outer layers of this ball a decade and a half ago, only to return with unique, strange data and a half-crazy crew. Now, there was only one survivor of that crew, who had been inside the entity the longest since he piloted a separate science module, Commander Nayland. When Costa and Matiescu entered the bridge of the Space Fleet's flagship, the line ship Gondwana, Nayland was already there. "Let's not waste time," Costa told him. The conjunction fleet had already started moving toward us. We know that all those who were on the Pascal at the moment of contact have taken from it the ability to foresee the future and perhaps, to some extent, to influence it by changing what they see. The Antherians use against us so-called unsynchronized missiles and torpedoes, capable of falling out of our continuum for a short time and then returning to it at the very last moment, giving our ships no chance to dodge or shoot them down. Your colleagues have been able to sometimes anticipate the appearance of these missiles and save ships. Scientists believe that your proximity to the Sigma entity, combined with your previous experience of close contact, will probably activate some new abilities in you too. Nayland looked at Costa. "Did my predecessors also have memory problems?" he asked in an expressionless tone. Costa looked at the Admiral. "Most of them, yes," he said, "though not to the extent that you have." "And they managed?" "Yes," Costa answered, not going into details. He did not want to continue the conversation in that direction. In fact, it was those who had the most memory damage who did the best, until they turned into deranged maniacs obsessed with destruction. "All right," Nayland said calmly. "I'll give it a try. Estimated time of contact?" Costa glanced at the screen with a summary of the observation posts. 50 minutes. Nayland nodded, and under the stares of the officers, pressed the injector to his forearm. Putting it away into a briefcase, he stood with eyes closed for a few seconds, then sat back in the chair and said, "So what exactly am I supposed to do?" The attack by the conjunction fleet began with the usual mass transmission over all possible communication ranges. "Destroy the beacon!" The message was even transmitted in text format, appearing as senderless emails on every possible device. The only reaction this time was an alert on all ships. The Admiral thought the Antherians could have achieved much better results without shouting their approach to all space. However, the psychology of non-humanoids was complicated and poorly understood. He would not argue with them. A few minutes later, the first missile and torpedo launches from the Antherian ships began to be reported. Most of them were regular weapons, and the Earth fleet's defense systems could more or less handle them, but a few disappeared from the scanner screens almost immediately after launch. The data on those launches was displayed on the special screen Nayland was sitting in front of, but the commander didn't even look at it. Instead, he closed his eyes and spoke. "Frigate Nile, release plasma traps in 18 seconds. Cruiser Baikal, maximum barrage on Vector 4 Gamma right now. Cruiser Nepal, evasive maneuvers, and aft shields to max in 40 seconds. Corvette Oslo." Space was abuzz with ships, missiles, bursts, beams, and overstressed force shields. The big ships fought at great distances, but simultaneously released clouds of small raiders, fighters, and torpedo bombers. Small spacecraft were darting everywhere, like schools of small predatory fish flitting between the huge, clumsy sperm whales and sharks. The conjunction fleet concentrated its efforts in two directions. One strike force was trying to break through to the Sigma entity, the other targeting the Earth flagship. The Antherians somehow seemed to realize that that was where Nayland was, negating the advantage of their most advanced weapons, unsynchronized missiles and torpedoes. Large drops of sweat rolled down Nayland's face, but he continued to nonchalantly dictate the actions necessary to save the Earthships. Neither side could achieve any appreciable advantage, and at one point, the Antherians paused active operations to regroup. "How are you, Commander?" Costa asked. Nayland shrugged. "Tired, but so far so good." Costa looked at Nayland carefully, searching for signs of a possible impending collapse, as he had seen in several contactors before. So far, nothing was visible. Of course, Nayland's condition was being closely monitored with sophisticated equipment by two medics, but even that hadn't helped in the past. "You know, I have a strange feeling," Nayland said. Costa and the medics looked at him worriedly. "It's like everything's going as planned, as if I'm not saving ships from destruction, but just reading out some script in which nothing depends on me at all." "What do you mean?" Nayland paused, searching for words. "You said I can change the future by saving ships from missiles that fall out of our time. Well, I don't think I'm changing anything. I just know the future, that's all. I remember it, like normal people can remember the past. And what I will say is just an element of that unchanging future." Costa stared at the commander in puzzlement. "What if you say something else?" Nayland thought for a moment. "You don't understand," he said. "I can't say anything else. There's no changing that. And it's scary. I think I understand now why that previous version of me made that decision 15 years ago." He nodded at the briefcase at his feet. "Tell me, would you like to know your future, provided you can't change anything about it?" Costa shook his head slowly and suddenly noticed that the admiral behind Nayland's back was desperately giving him some signs. "Just a moment," said the captain to Nayland and approached the admiral. "Listen," said the admiral, taking him aside. "Ask him how the battle will end. He doesn't know. His drug completely blocks all but the shortest memory. I think he would have told me a long time ago. It doesn't block anything. I mean, maybe it does, but it's not the drug he's on. I've spoken to the special operations. They switched his capsules with saline." Costa looked dumbfounded at the admiral, then furtively looked back at Nayland. "Are you crazy? What if he now turns into a squealing idiot like the rest of them?" The admiral shrugged. "As you can see, he didn't. To tell you the truth, I never believed him. They're still in the lab figuring out what he was injecting himself with, but I bet it had nothing to do with memory. Oh, here's the report." He took a piece of paper from the man in the special branch uniform who approached him and ran his eyes over it. "So, what's here? That's odd. It can't be. Can't be." Costa snatched the sheet from his trembling hand, already guessing what it said. Skipping the intricate chemical formulas that told him little, he went straight to the conclusion. The drug, which Nayland had been injecting for a decade and a half, was indeed a powerful memory blocker, the likes of which even experienced intelligence specialists had never encountered. With a decrease in the drug concentration in the blood, memory would begin to return, but not instantly, as if gradually rolling back to more recent events. The scientists estimated the rate of return to be several hours a minute. But that means that... Costa looked back. Nayland was still sitting in his chair, waiting for the next attack to begin. So, his memory of the future still hadn't kicked in? Or... Costa suddenly had a frightening thought. He gestured to one of the medics. Tell me, memory can be lost for many reasons, right? Except for artificial medication? He asked. Of course, the medic nodded. Most often as a result of organic brain damage, trauma, poisoning, oxygen deprivation, B1 vitamin deficiency, to name few. And psychological causes? Absolutely. Severe stress, such as the death of a loved one or the threat of death. In fact, that's exactly what we're assuming for the rest of the Pascal crew. Only Nayland himself voluntarily deprived himself of memory. And why do you ask? Costa did not have time to answer. A surprised exclamation sounded from the observation post. The Antherians are leaving, every last ship. Some have already entered jump mode. He was echoed by reports from other ships in the fleet. It worked! The admiral slapped Costa on the back so the captain almost fell over. It worked! Do you understand? We won. They're running away. Sir, transmission from the Antherians. Everyone turned to the communications officer on watch. He put the transmission on the general broadcast channels. Too late. The beacon is activated. Leave if you can. Costa turned to the medic again. Tell me, in the case of traumatic amnesia, can a person remember some fragments of the event? The medic shook his head. Highly unlikely. The memory completely blocks the traumatizing event, so it does not accidentally resurface, caught in the associative chain. Sometimes, a person even unconsciously makes an extra effort not to remember. His eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at Nayland. Sir, do you think that... A sea of blinding purple light splashed out from the optical view screens. All the people on the bridge either squinted or covered their eyes with their hands, and many recoiled or shrieked. A moment later, the protective filters went off, and Costa saw through the rainbow circles that the purple light was not coming only from the screen. Nayland stood with his arms slightly apart, surrounded by a bright purple aura. It even seemed to Costa that narrow fibers of radiance stretched from him toward the screen, but the captain was not sure that his flash-burned retinas accurately recorded what was happening. However, he could clearly see how the second medic who had remained with Nayland reached out to him, but was thrown far aside as soon as he touched the glowing sheath. Nothing can be changed. Destroy the beacons. The memory completely blocks the trauma. The people on the Pascal touched the Sigma entity and began remembering the future, which traumatized them so much that they went insane and lost their memories. They were changed. They were marked by the Sigma entity. The Antherians knew more about the nature of time than humans. They understood what the markings meant. Their goal wasn't the object itself. They were trying to prevent humans from interacting with it. Their last message before the attack was, destroy the beacon. One beacon, the last one, Nayland. Nayland, shrouded in purple waves of light, turned around slowly with effort and said with just his lips, I didn't want to... Something rippled on the unthinkably swollen disk of the Sigma entity. Costa drew his laser pistol from its holster, but he couldn't bring himself to fire, and then it was too late. It had been too late for a long time, though. One of the boils on the Sigma entity burst, and out of it appeared the nose of a spaceship of monstrous size. Compared to it, even a kilometer-long flagship looked like a pathetic shell. Following the first Leviathan, others appeared out of the purple, fiery chaos. When one of the giants rammed into the science station, turning it into a pile of rubble, one of the Earth cruisers came to its senses and fired a series of missiles at the Leviathan. It was like a little boy splashing a watering can into the mouth of a volcano. A blinding orange beam streaked toward the cruiser, instantly turning it into a cloud of scattered glowing debris. Immediately afterward, the entire hull of the Leviathan glowed with orange dots, orange on black in an ocean of purple. Beautiful, thought Captain Costa. That was his last thought. The orange beam vaporized him, along with the bridge of the Gondwana and the whole ship, while he was still aiming powerlessly at what had once been Commander Nayland.